You know, what if we just started early? We can do that. That's not illegal. I'm allowed to do that. I run the stream. I can just start early. I could just not start at all. We could just cancel stream. I won't do that, but I could. That's how much power I have. It's all gone to my head, you know. It's just all up in here. How we doing? What's up, everyone? Test successful, Thana. Hey, hey. Yeah, y'all are lucky that I'm here at all. I've nearly finished the System Shock remake. Great game, by the way. Really, really enjoying it. Since you're early, start reading Homestuck on stream. I've read Homestuck twice. That's enough for me. Just one of them is a huge endeavor to begin with. How we doing, folks? Twice? Yeah, I know. I'm very strong. I'm very powerful. I responded to your email about 2 minutes ago, Karmic Duck, though you might not like the response. Do you have a ramen bowl in your wall? Have you not noticed that? Yeah. We have it off, but it's a neon sign, the kind that you would see in the window of, like, a ramen shop. Of course, if I plug it in and turn it on, it is so bright that it burns out the sensors and it doesn't burn it out, but it overwhelms the light around me, so it that can't be behind me. Where'd you even get that, lol? I don't know, Vermin got it. Well, hell yeah, Lilac boy. Nice meme, Somnu Aesthetic. Have you watched the Spidey-Man movie yet? No, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. I'm getting to it soon. It's gonna be soon. I plan to. You should check out Murder Drones. No, probably not. I went to see Transformers Rise the Beast tonight. It was really good. You might like it. You know, I have never watched a Transformers movie, and I never want to. Everything that I have seen of those movies looks terrible. I do not want to watch them. Any time today to check out some of the new game trailers? I tend not to like checking out game trailers. You know, I want to go in with as few expectations as possible. Normally when I look at a trailer, I don't know. I feel like it can really color my expectations in a way that negatively affects my perception of things. It wasn't made by Michael Bay. They've got a whole new team. Oh, well, I'm still probably not going to watch it, but that's good to know. Michael Bay is a hack. No, I have not seen the newest Hell of a Boss. Folks, I have been playing System Shock. That is what I have been doing. Why not check out the Frost Giant RTS gameplay? You mean the Storm something something? It's called like Stormgate or something like that, right? Yeah, Stormgate. I am excited for Stormgate, I'll say that much. You know what? Fine. I'll take a quick look. Official gameplay trailer. Real quick. What is it? What is it? Is it okay? Are we going to be okay? Are we finally going to get an okay RTS? It's been a little while. Okay, well, this video has 12 likes and 504 dislikes, which makes me think that this is not a real video. So I'm going to look at another video that maybe will be real. Okay, I think this video is real. Okay, that's good. I'm glad. You want to play, like, consistently?
You to be one of the first people to try out Stormgate. Really stoked about this match again.
Dog, is anyone else just getting, like, fucking Warcraft vibes? Holy shit. That's a good thing. I'm definitely gonna get this when it comes out. I don't want to, like, spoil myself, though. This is just StarCraft? Nah, it looks like it feels more like Warcraft, the way the units move around. Obviously, the aesthetic is more StarCraft, because sci-fi, but, you know, whatever. Give me some Warcraft 4, baby, in the deep future. Warcraft already ripped off of Warhammer Fantasy, so why not just make Warcraft 40k that rips off Warhammer 40k, right? Are you a big spoiler phobe? Not a huge spoiler phobe. No, not like massively so. Oh god, wow, a lot of people asking me the question I don't like, which is, have I watched or played something? All right, okay, calm yourselves, please. Calm down. Calm down. The scale looks too small, Supreme Commander Split. If you want to do an RTS with massive battles, play the Total War series, okay? Warcraft 3, you could have an army of 14 units, and that shit felt meaningful, all right? I'm happy with that. StarCraft ripped off 40K. Yeah, that's true. Close this. Cool. Have you played? Have you watched? Have you played? Have you watched? I've played and watched everything. It's like theory, folks. I have not seen anything from my adventures with Superman, apart from the fact that people are already drawing porn of the Lois Lane from that, which is fine because, you know, Tom Girl supremacy. That's fine. It's just anime Superman, right? I mean, that's what people do with anime. See, look. She's got a... Honestly, she looks like an older fucking Luce from Owl House, which is really funny to me. I feel like they've got this... Not the same hair, but like the same hair swoop. Yeah, you get... Okay, yeah. They made Jimmy Olsen woke. This is a very red tone for a dark-skinned person. They really redded this up. I feel like that's a lot better. Sometimes, this is like a thing some artists do that I think pisses black people off. When they color black people and make them so desaturated that they're all like gray black or whatever. I guess there are some people like in Africa that kind of have like gray black skin, but for the most part, that's not really the case. Like that's definitely not the majority. I've seen people complain about that. Is he supposed to be black or Indian? Well, he's dark skinned, you know, whatever. Anyway, it's gone woke, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, folks. Do you know politics has been happening? Can you believe it? Oh, God, yeah, I hate the gray brown. See, somebody at least understands. Honestly, it just kind of looks like a white character colored black. Well, it's anime. It's anime style, right? You know? Have you seen chat? Unfortunately, yes, I have seen chat. Here. Let's not waste any time, folks. Got stuff to talk about. There we go. Some of you might know where this is leading in from, but I'll give you the full show, just in case you don't. You ever heard of a guy called George Wallace? Yeah, George Wallace was an Alabama governor. He was a Democrat, but he was a Democrat back in the age when the Democrats were the real racist ones. Look, we have his Wikipedia page up already. Oh my God, it's like I prepare stuff. You can tell just by looking at him that he's racist. You guys know how it is. Phrenology, there's something about the hair and eyebrows. I don't know, whatever. Now, he was kind of a populist. Not great on race issues, one might say. Not quite woke. I mean, you can learn about him if you really want. But what I'm interested in is a specific parallel here, okay? So George Wallace was kind of a populist type, right? I mean, he wasn't like a Democratic Party loyalist. He was, you know, he would couch his white supremacist and white, you know, separatist language in the whole, we're not going to let these big government types tell us what we can and can't do, you know, people, all independent, rah, you know. We know how this dialogue tends to go. Here, he was committed to it as well. Yeah, he ran for president as an independent, ran as governor, won, earned national notoriety by standing in front of the entrance to the University of Alabama, blocking the path of black students. So if nothing else, my man is out there committed. He's on the ground. I mean, he's not just letting other people block the path of black students. He's personally doing it, which is a level of commitment you just don't get from racist politicians these days, honestly. So, you know. He's one of the longest-serving governors in U.S. history. I think nearly 2 decades he was governor, which is pretty wild. But he said something. There's the reason we're doing this, with a specific quote, okay? This man was very politically successful, okay? You gotta be, to be a governor for nearly 2 decades. There's a quote attributed to him. If I may, we'll have to mildly censor this. Some supporters were appalled at Wallace's changed political stance. See, he got more racist with time. But Dan Carter, his biographer, says in the film that Wallace had this response. You know, I try to talk about good roads and good schools and all these things that have been a part of my career, and nobody listened. And then I began talking about N-words, and they stomped the floor. I presume that's what he sounded like. I don't know that for sure. Say it? We're not saying it. We're not saying it. Not this time. It's not tactical, folks. Come on. It's not tactical this time. You know, you could just say it. No. He moved right with time. Yeah, he was the original Vashite. He did say the N-word. Probably quite a lot, actually. Way more than any of you. He changed his political positions with time, mostly to appeal to the interests of the crowd. This is that faux populist right thing, you know, where you don't meaningfully challenge systems of power, but rather reinforce them through the rhetoric of populism, you know? Like, oh, wow, you're a governor in the South in the 1960s. You sure are sticking it to the system by being racist. You know, you really are deconstructing the fundamentals of American society by being racist in Alabama. He used to talk about politics, but, you know, the thing that got white voters to turn out and vote for him was talking about black people in unflattering terms. So why do I bring this up? Well, this quote is one of the few and best of the explicit examples we have of proving a point that I've been making for years, and that other people have been making for far longer than I've been alive, which is that very, very often an appeal to reactionary politics is nothing more than a cynical attempt to plate over real politics. So, you know, real politics, real matters of power and finance are complicated. They are not always easily understandable to the voter. They're not simple, but a lot of voters, especially, again, to be clear, in this context, 1960s Alabama, like really, you know, what actually gets at them? Well, in this case, it's black people. And what about today? Well, Donald Trump did it again, and we love him for this. We stan an honest king. Okay? Thank you, Donald Trump, for your unparalleled honesty, giving us more examples.
Transgender insanity, critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. It's amazing how strongly people feel about that. You see, I'm talking about cutting taxes. People go like that. Talk about transgender. Everyone goes crazy. Who would have thought 5 years ago you didn't know what the hell it was? But
it's the same quote. It's literally the same quote. If anything, Trump is actually being more correct, because he's pointing out that this issue is so meaningless to the voter base that they wouldn't have even known what this was 5 years ago. This is why I say, and again, this is why the GOP establishment has wanted to replace Donald Trump with Ron DeSantis. It is because, you know, you can't say this. You can't acknowledge this. Remember that right now the Republican Party is very openly committed to the culture war first and foremost, but it wasn't that long ago, just a couple of years ago, where they would pretend the culture war stuff was being exclusively promoted by the left and that they were the ones focusing on the real issues. This was back in the day when you know, the right was still, of course, racist and sexist and blah, blah, but they would pretend that they were just trying to be responsible, you know, state managers, and the Dems were the ones obsessed with race and gender and such and such. And of course, they do still say that to an extent, but nowadays Republicans are largely committed openly to the you know, to the culture war, and they admit that. I mean, DeSantis says woke every other word. Like, that's all he says. He doesn't say anything but that. It's literally all he has. Trump has made fun of him for it. Trump has literally said, like, all he says, woke, woke, woke. He said that Trump has made fun of DeSantis for that. Because DeSantis is doing essentially what, you know, George Wallace did, which is a switch from a sort of a comprehensive political strategy to, like, bottom of the barrel, lowest common denominator reactionary pandering. And Donald Trump, who is authentically a reactionary, but I don't really think he cares about it the way a lot of his supporters do. You know, he'll just say what he wants to get an applause. He likes the accolades. I don't think that he, like, wakes up in the morning mad about trans people. And he's slept around with a ton of people. He's probably banged some trans prostitutes. In his head, he's like, yeah, she was hot. But, like, he doesn't. I don't think it, like, occurs to him to be mad about this. You know. Of course, for his voter base, they are. So he has to play into it. His campaign manager tells him he has to shift his behavior. He's probably had a sit down with GOP representatives saying, look, you really have to get on board with this. This is the way we're going. And Trump goes along with it, but he's just too honest to not say it. I want to play it again because it really is incredible. I'm telling you, by the way, this is going to go down in the history books the same way the George Wallace quote did. Exactly the same way. It's like the former Nixon staff member, the former Nixon administration guy who was talked about the Southern strategy and how, like, you couldn't say the N-word anymore, so now you have to abstract it with, like, forced busing and stuff like that. It's the same thing. Atwater, thank you, Lee Atwater.
It's amazing how strongly people feel about that. You see, I'm talking about cutting taxes. People go like that. Talk about transgender. Everyone goes crazy. Who would have thought 5 years ago you didn't know what the hell it was? But one thing critical.
It's incredible. It really is. It genuinely is. George Wallace was the front runner in 1972, but he got shot by a schizophrenic and had to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. And it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Now, George Wallace was a monster. You know, and he was aware of the fact that he was cynically and dishonestly pandering to lowest common denominator reactionary politics as a substitute for real politics, which I should note, by the way, is the opposite of populism. If you have a mass of voters who you are trying to represent as some kind of, you know, envoy of their interests, and instead what you do is you put them to sleep by pulling them away from real political issues that affect their lives and towards this makeshift fabric of made-up reactionary grievances, you're doing the opposite of populism. You're doing, like, the exact same thing that the mainstream media does, where they lull people into a sort of angry complacency within the status quo. You're just adjusting what the status quo is. There's nothing revolutionary about that. There's nothing reformative about that. It's the absolute antithesis of populist politics. You read the George Wallace quote again? Oh, yeah, the George Wallace quote. I'll just put it on screen. I don't want to read the whole thing again. You just want me to say the N-word. I love how they're all laughing like they don't even know how stupid they are. Yeah, well, the laughing sounded a little bit nervous, I think. Keep in mind, the people who are there listening to Trump talk, that's not like the average Republican voter. Those are all wealthy insiders. Like, look, that wasn't a rally. That was like, I mean, you can see when they pull back to the crowd here, right? Like, these aren't like average voters. These are party insiders, or like a very small group of people. There's a social incentive to play along. But how long can this last, really? I mean, I still don't think DeSantis has a run at the presidency, not a real one. I really just don't. Whatever happens with Trump, I just do not think that's going to happen. I could be wrong. I can't see the future, but I don't think that DeSantis has anywhere near the energy or the charisma to do this. And I think that Trump is vindictive enough that even if Trump was made unable to run somehow, that he would continue to tear DeSantis down from a prison cell or from Mar-a-Lago or from whatever else, you know? So with Trump being the in my opinion, the only viable Republican candidate. If Trump is saying stuff like that openly, he's basically just saying like, haha, like I talk about this because you like it, but like, you know, whatever, like it's you didn't even care before, but all right. If he's going down that road, I mean, the artifice is peeling back, is what I'm saying. The statements like what George Wallace made or Lee Atwater made are usually the kind of things that you hear about after things have started to fall apart. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really hear about insiders or the man himself, in Trump's case, going, haha, this is all fake, like, while things are going up. You hear it when things are starting to tamper down. That was the case with Lee. That was the case with George, in this retrospective thing. We'll see how it goes. You know, we'll see how it goes. It's just, it's deeply funny. Yeah, laying your cards on the table after the game is over, right? And Trump doesn't have the self-control to, like, maintain this artifice. I don't think he can do it. Nice. We leave a little pause there for the editors. Makes it nice and easy for them to find where the segment ends. That's just me being courteous and kind to my employees. Do find it tremendously funny still. 9/11 for Ann Prim segment now. You guys do know that Ted Kaczynski was actually not a great theorist. I mean, we all know the Industrial Revolution and its consequences bit, but like, you can read his manifesto. I've never read the full thing. I've only read a couple of excerpts that people have asked me to read. It's not huge. You can read it. But even in the bits that I read, it's not like he's crazy. He's also reactionary. He's not on the left. He's not an anarchist. So, yeah, he's not an Ann Prim. He was every kind of bad political belief. I mean, he fucking sucked. Yeah. Transitioning could have saved her. That's right. He was also a trans woman deep within his heart. This is well known. That might actually be true. It's kind of hard to say. You know, who knows? He gave multiple interviews and wrote essays about how he hates anarcho-primitivism. To be fair, anarcho-primitivism is a meme ideology. Anyone who sincerely believes it is a joke. That's not a real ideology. It's teenagers and like young college students who read memes online and thought, wouldn't it be better, you know, or they watched like primitive technology YouTube channel videos and thought, wouldn't that be so much like it's not a real ideology. Do you agree Catcher in the Rye is the most annoying collection of pages in the history of literature? No. I think that people who hate on Catcher in the Rye because the protagonist is annoying are the same people who watch Evangelion and go, whoa, bro, if I was Shinji, like, dude, hot chicks are after me. I could have, like, piloted a robot and saved the world. Why is he upset, man? I feel like it betrays either an unwillingness or an inability to sympathize with a character who, to be fair, is annoying, but like is annoying for, I guess, understandable and sympathetic reasons. Like, you can read it and go like, okay, I don't agree. You don't have to agree with the way the protagonist is. You can disagree with the protagonist, and you can think that they're doing things wrong or acting in an irritating way. But, you know, I don't think that's like I don't think that's a grievance to you. And the book is self-aware too. It's not like it, like you can read it, right? It's not like the book. It's not like some sloppy fanfic or whatever, where like the main character is some Mary Sue who's smarter than everyone else, and the text never critically examines that. It's not the case at all. The book pretty clearly like lays out the deal here, you know. And I think that a lot of people could actually relate to the contents of the book. Maybe a little bit better if they were sympathetic towards the exaggerated in many cases, but altogether relatively sympathetic personality flaws of the main character. Sorry, kind of ranted on there a little bit. What's Catcher in the Rye? It's about a sad boy, a sad bad mad boy. His brain is poetry. You should cover the Reddit boycott. Yeah, well, yeah. Oh man, there's so much to talk about. You've had longer rambles. Yeah, it's the original, just like me for real. That is true. It probably doesn't help that people are We're kind of like forced to read it in many cases. What do you think is the most annoying piece of literature? Oh, I don't know. There have been books where I found the content's annoying, but not too much. Well, I have to look into it, Zaina. Oh, Ready Player One was pretty bad. Ready Player One was insufferably like self-assured, with like the only true gamers are capable of seeing the truth. And oh man, the shit with the fucking when he finds out that the girl isn't perfectly attractive, and then the book congratulates him for looking past it or whatever. Like, it would literally be like if you, like, you're living in the future and you have a girlfriend that you met in Final Fantasy XIV who's this hot fucking bunny girl or whatever, and then, like, for some reason you never exchange pictures or videos of how you actually look in real life, and then you meet her in real life, and she looks just like this fantasy bunny girl, except she's slightly chubbier, like 10 pounds heavier, and I think she had, like, a burn, which is the most cop-out way of making a character less attractive. It's like giving them a scar, you know? Like, oh, man, I thought my girlfriend would be perfect, but instead she has, like, a sick scar running down one eye. Oh, man, this sucks, bro. Okay. Oh, is it a birthmark, not a burn? Okay, a birthmark. Yeah, that book was pretty bad. I made a sequel, too. I heard the movie was bad. I never saw the movie. If I recall correctly, he didn't mind it. Yeah, but that was the annoying thing. The way their meeting was framed was he realizes she's not as hot as the fantasy avatar that he encountered her in. But because he's a good guy, he doesn't actually mind the fact that she doesn't look like an anime character. You know, like the text of the book. It's not just he doesn't mind. It's the text of the book frames it in a way where it's like it's like a virtuous attribute on his part that he's gracious enough to look past the flaws in this gamer girl, you know? I'm remembering this correctly, right? Does everyone, for those of you who read the book, you agree? That's what happened, right? Yes. Okay. Just making sure because I read it like a decade ago. You know, it's not recent, but it was a pretty small bit at the end. Yeah, I know. I'm fixating on it. Yes, it was also just references, and for some reason, kids growing up in the future have a library of media references that are exclusively composed of like 1990s and 1980s early console generations, like kids who are born in like 2053 are all going to be like making Pac-Man like uh, I don't read that much, Intelligent Donkey. I want to read more. I still need to read more of my House of Leaves, which I have right behind me. The whole like retrofuturism thing is kind of unavoidable. One thing that I've always thought about that I've really wished that I could see I've really wished that I could see done well, just really quick segue, is like whenever we see a sci-fi movie or a future movie or whatever that has any kind of media, like we see a book or a movie or advertisements, one thing that's kind of bothered me my whole life is that they're meant to be understandable to the audience. Now, I have to ask you guys, if you brought somebody from 1940 to right now, and then you showed them like memes on Twitter that you like, do you think any explanation would get across the point to them? Like Markiplier deepfake burn with E on top of it, or like R&B jazz playing over a cat moving very quickly. Do you think it would make any sense to them? I don't think it would. And you can't have it explained to you because you're born in the context that allows you to understand it. Like our parents, my parents certainly, I imagine a lot of your guys' parents as well, probably could not get a lot of the memes that you find funny, a lot of the jokes that you like. And that's because nowadays it's all post-meta, super hyper, double, triple ironic, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it is incomprehensible without the associated context. Sometimes you need to know about like 6 prior memes before you can see one. So I want to see a cyberpunk world where there's like billboards and media and little images that play in holographic displays, and none of them make sense. Like, you feel like you're having a stroke looking at them. Not even because they're trying to be incomprehensible, but because the context for understanding them is just not given to you. So they might as well be random. Like, they might as well genuinely be done randomly, but they're not. Artists like carefully, like to get that vibe. You know what I mean? That sounds hilarious. I actually feel like artistically that would be incredible. Like, if done well, that would be, okay, remember how for a while a bunch of memes were just something looking vaguely like Amogus, and then people would just post like an image of a trash can with a circular hole cut in it, and everyone would understand what it meant? Like, without context, this means literally nothing to anybody. So imagine like it's cyberpunk universe or whatever. You go see a billboard and it's just like, I don't know, it's like a picture of like a desk with like pencils on it, and there's also like one potato sitting to a corner, and the text says something like and like nothing. Like, you could never understand it without knowing. I don't know. There's room for activity, that's what I'm saying. The Lost meme has had so many iterations. Yeah. Hypnospace is kind of like that. Hypnospace Outlaw? No, because Hypnospace Outlaw is rooted in the past. Hypnospace Outlaw is rooted in like 1990s internet culture, and it does supply you the context necessary to understand their jokes. Also, irony didn't really exist back in the 90s the way that it does today. So, yeah. I don't think people understand just how surreal modern media is for like everybody. If you go back to the 1950s and look at a like commercial, do you know what a commercial from the 1950s was? It's a guy wearing a suit with a spiffy haircut, like showing you a mop and going, "This mop here, now you've struggled with mops before. You've seen mops not work. You've seen them break down to the stick. You've seen them just spread the mess around. But this mop right here, I tell you, you're never going to have to work again." And then there will be like a little ditty at the end where 4 women sing like a tune that gets stuck in your head about how good of a mop this mop is. And it's a shit mop, by the way. And then like you go over to the 90s and all advertisements are like fisheye angled, like handheld cameras zooming in on a mom doing this to like show then her like beach blonde haircut children are running around making a mess in the living room. And the mom's like, and then like there's like a toy that solves it or something. These kids, like, and nowadays if you look at commercials these days are surreal. I don't even think they try to sell you on the product anymore. I mean, admittedly, I don't watch TV advertisements that much, so I'm kind of like I don't maybe see like all the ads, but they don't like tell you about what the thing can do. They usually just try to stick the name of the product or brand in your head, right? But they're not selling you on the effectiveness of the item. They just try to grab attention, but it doesn't matter how they're grabbing attention. There are so many commercials that are just weird for the sake of being weird because they want you to remember them and talk with your friends and go, "Hey, it wasn't that weird." Things have changed a lot when it comes to stuff like this. That's thanks to the Super Bowl. Well, the Super Bowl exacerbates this process, maybe. It's been like a week, Sneaky Beaky. Shut up. Well, hopefully you all get it. I mean, I guess you do. I guess you must. Okay. Excuse me. What is this video? Somebody linked this. Somebody said, I remember when they linked this, they said something about feminism. Well, what even is feminism? Nobody calls themselves a feminist anymore. People just say progressive or leftist or whatever. What is this? 4 minutes. When did they make TikToks woke? And by woke, I mean too long.
Women grow up being catcalled, harassed, and often outright abused by men. This leads women to have hard boundaries with men and to hold us at arm's length. For a woman to even hold eye contact with a strange man in public is actually dangerous, so they don't generally do it. Keeping men at a distance is a literal survival mechanism. Men can feel this. We can feel how women cross the street to avoid us, how women aren't warm and fuzzy with us the way they are with one another, and it's not just women. Often all the men in our lives are on the spectrum of being cold, distant, violent, and dissociated. They don't generally role model warm, gentle, loving, emotionally fluent, holistically supportive relationships. Even their affection and support.
Wait, why am I... Wait, everything he's saying is correct. Why would I watch this if he's just saying stuff that's correct? You know, I normally... Wait, seriously? You just gave me a video where he'd be correct? Maybe it gets bad? No, everything he's saying... No. Wait. No, this guy rules? I don't watch videos where I just agree. Vosh, you can't just watch bad stuff? Yes, I can. That's what I've been doing for years. Why would I just watch stuff... I'm not a... Yeah, yes, I can, actually. It's my job, as a matter of fact. I agree with what he's saying. Chat thinks you're Hassan. Yeah, true. Chat wants me to watch, like, a 20-minute video of a guy being right, and then at the end I'll go, true! And then play Valorant and lose. You should wear a hat like that. I really shouldn't. He plays Diablo now? Fuck, that's worse. Why is feminism harmful to men? Vosh, why was that title? Hey, aren't you the person who fucking baited me into watching a What If All History video? You watch your fucking step, buddy, okay? I have a bad memory, but it's good enough to remember your ass, all right? You fucking... You make sure that when I see your username in chat for the next couple of weeks, all right? It's in a positive context. Thin ice. Vosh, I said I was sorry. Yeah. Well, you know what? Apologies don't do. Rewind time. Okay, hold on. We need to look at this really quick. This is actually a pretty big deal. Okay, hold on. Where's the video? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I couldn't see the... There we go. Guys. Did you know... I love it when the audio plays. Did the audio play? Okay, the audio didn't play, thank God. Did you know that the I-95 has gone woke? Take a look at this. It's actually really bad. Do we need music? Now I'm worried about copyright. Why the music?
Oh my god, the road's falling.
Yeah, maybe... That's a lot of smoke, huh? Oh my god, why are these drivers driving over a road with a noticeable slack? If I was driving on the freeway and I saw that a portion of the dividing line, the like wall that surrounds the road, was like dipping inward in the portion ahead of me, I would slam on the brakes so hard, I would rather be rear-ended than go over that. Are you fucking kidding me? I'll survive a rear-ending. I would not survive it if that thing collapsed. They're Philly drivers, they're psychos, it's in the water. That is true. That is true. It is Philadelphia. You know? It is Philadelphia. Yeah, so, it collapsed. Now, to make it clear why this is such a big deal, because, you know, things happen to roads, this is the I-95. This is we'll just say this is a critical component of Philadelphia's not just Philadelphia, but like broadly, like the infrastructure. Yeah, it's the highway. It's the I-95. I mean, take a look.
Breaking right now on Action News. A shocking scene unfolded this morning on I-95. Parts of the northbound lanes completely collapsed.
The gang is up to shenanigans. This will make for a good... They probably will make an episode on this.
Into Coney. This after a tanker truck underneath an overpass caught fire. The heat causing that roadway to buckle and come crashing down. This happened between the Academy and Cotman exits. Chopper 6 is live over the active scene right now. Both sides are shut down as crews work to get control of the situation. Action News reporter Becca Hendrickson has been talking to officials throughout the day. And Becca, what have you learned?
Nydia, sources tell me that a call came into state police saying from a company that's...
This road goes all along the East Coast. Yeah, literally. It's like, it's huge. It's incredibly large. It's incredibly important.
Says the truck is theirs. At this point, we're told that police and ATF are trying to...
Please explain for us Europeans who don't get it. There is a big road that many people use. And a truck underneath it was on fire. And the heat from the truck make the road break. And it's actually really bad.
Locate that driver. We're also told at this point that the White House has been briefed on this. 95 is not only a major road for Philadelphia, but the entire Northeast, and the impacts of this are going to be felt for a very long time and for, of course, a lot of people. I want to give you a look behind me at the scene as it stands now. You can still see a lot of crews are out there. There are thousands and thousands of pounds of roadway on Cotman Avenue right now. Of course, 95, part of it just buckled. Take a look at video from Chopper 6. You can see that piece of 95 that buckled to the ground in the road, as eerie as it is, deserted around it. That's the 95 overpass over Cotman Avenue, and the interstate, of course, closed for miles around this. It did happen on the northbound side, but as that collapsed...
Apparently, people are saying no motorists were hurt, which is good, but the destruction of this piece of infrastructure is going to cause an unbelievable amount of human suffering, in the form of lost time to traffic, in the form of lost revenue and income broadly economically for people on every level of the, you know, the social strata. Yeah, it's really bad. The Unabomber's final act. Ambulances. Yeah, it's really, really, really bad. Who do we invade to make them pay? Can we invade Iraq again? They had about as much to do with this as they did with 9/11, so, like, I mean, invade Iran? That sounds hard. That sounds difficult. Let's invade Florida. I can get behind that. The I-95 does run through Florida, so, you know, maybe they sent people up there. Yeah, I'm not even sure this happened. Notably, mind you, this isn't even, I'm not even talking like politics right now. Like, this isn't, I don't even have a prescription here. This collapse was not necessarily the product of any, like, lacking infrastructure, like any failed maintenance. Maybe it was. I don't know for sure. But this can just happen, you know? Incredible amount of heat. It was like a gasoline tanker, so the heat could have risen and made the rebar expand, or, I mean, heat just does things to things, you know? Heat does stuff to things. But I don't think there's any evidence to suggest there's anything behind this except for bad luck. I just feel really bad. It is worth noting, though, that a system which relies so heavily on highways to get people within a city to other cities and to other parts in the city is innately vulnerable to these kinds of problems, right? Like, if we rely so heavily on these massive superhighways, it does make us vulnerable to these issues. And considering road maintenance is so expensive and difficult and costly and it takes so long to do, you know, these situations are going to arise. Roads need to be replaced more or less once every 30 years. I think with highways, because most roads are made of asphalt. Highways are made of concrete, which is different. It's much more rigid. It's harder. It's sturdier. It's stronger. It can handle trucks more. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the average time is for needing to renovate or repair a highway, but the process of doing so is really, really, really expensive, you know? How efficient are trains for transportation? In terms of energy loss, trains are mathematically the most efficient way to move things on the ground. I do not think there is a way more efficient than that. That is the apex of that. What about the other road that looks fine? Well, it's probably damaged too. It might just not have collapsed. Talk about how high-speed rail would have prevented this. Yeah, you know, it's just really unfortunate. Except for pipelines. Yes, we could achieve maximum urbanist leftism by reducing all humans into a homogenate of blood and bone, which we would then pump through. We would pump the slurry through piping, and that would actually be the most efficient way of moving people around. That is the solution to our problems. Futurama pipes. Yeah, we just need people to be liquid when moving through them. Maybe one day. Isn't that the plot to Ava? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I do feel really bad for the people in Philly, though. Let me finish this video here. See if there's any new information delivered. This happened about a little less than a day ago, I think.
Collapse happened the southbound side.
No. It would have been earlier today this happened, right? No, it was earlier today. No, sorry. I thought for some reason that it was late last night.
Has also been compromised, so all of 95 is closed between Woodhaven Road, which is in the far northeast, all the way down to Aramingo Avenue in Port Richmond. It's because of this. The action cam was on the ground this morning as flames erupted from a tanker truck around 6:20. Whatever was inside that
another benefit, of course, of trains as a general mode of transport is that, as I understand it, repairing train infrastructure. Let's move away from Mike Ermintrout here. Thank you. It's that repairing train infrastructure is actually pretty cheap and easy. Like if you think about it, right? Like a highway is like, we're talking this, like, I don't know, like 50-foot wide, like infinity long, gigantic superstructure of concrete and steel that has to be like structured properly, and you have to lay it and like give it time because it needs to settle into the earth, or you have like these gaps in between like the raised portions and the existing portions, and it's like, well, train infrastructure is railroad tracks, which, as I understand it, is metal bars on wooden planks with like gravel. I think you can do that a lot faster. So, you know, the biggest wear and tear that we get on our roads and on our highways is from trucks. In fact, the wear of trucks is so much greater than that of regular cars that in many calculations, road engineers do not even do math on how many cars will run over a street. That's right. When it comes to maintenance and predictions on damage, they do not even factor in cars, because a car is what, 2, 3, 4,000 pounds. Trucks are tons and tons and tons, and you can spread that weight across a bunch of wheels, but still, trucks do a lot of damage, an enormous amount of damage. It's yeah. Train infrastructure is also less susceptible to environmental damage. Road seeps into asphalt and concrete. Or sorry, water seeps into the road, into the asphalt and concrete. It'll freeze in the winter, which causes it to expand, and that's what creates potholes. Water itself can create potholes even without the ice. The ice just exacerbates it. Yeah, you know. Oh, no, I'm not saying you can fully replace freight trucks, not at all. I mean, ideally, you would have like a robust train yard that runs to a couple distribution centers, and you could have trucks move things within the city. Ideally, smaller trucks than the ones we see used all over the place, but I mean, it'd have to vary. You got to get stuff places. Am I saying this for a reason? Does anyone care about this general info on the... Okay, you know what? Let's just finish the video.
That truck burned fast and strong. We started to hear explosions out here on Cottman Avenue as the fumes were seeping into manholes. Another challenge for the firefighters as they tried to tame all of the smoke. I want to show you this video from Lisa Tormino. She was driving to work on 95 this morning. She said by the time she realized that the smoke and all those flames were on the highway, it was too late. She was surrounded and her car dipped down into the road as it was buckling. She's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
You can see flames coming up on the right hand side through all this black smoke, and then all this black smoke on the right hand side, and the left hand side was worse. But the car in front of me really dipped down far.
You can hear Lisa there. It's so fortunate that she is okay and safe. Another point I wanted to make here, we don't know the environmental impacts of this at this point because we don't know still what was burning inside that tanker truck. You can see out here live.
Wasn't it gasoline? Wait.
There is still some smoke on the highway. I'm also looking at some heavy equipment. It appears that they're attempting to remove some of those thousands and thousands of pounds of highway of 95 that are sitting on Cottman Avenue.
It was jet fuel. Right, of course.
Again, we're going to be feeling the impact of this for months, if not years, here in Philadelphia. Live in Tacony, Becca Hendrickson, Channel 6, Action News.
It's a big deal, is all I'm saying. And we're probably going to see more issues like this as time goes on, you know? I mean, the amount of money that it takes to maintain our enormous highway and road infrastructure across the country. I mean, this bleeds cities, states just dry. We're going to see stuff like this probably happen more with time. Yeah, country's rotting a little bit. We have sensible solutions to these problems, you know? They exist. We just don't invest in them. More, well, there's your problem episodes. Nice, always looking at the bright side. Why does it cost so much? Okay, let me put it this way. All right, this is just a comparative example. It's kind of simplified, all right? Imagine that you want to do a little experiment, all right? So you want to make a little road system, like a little garage kind of thing, little deal, little diorama, but you're going to put it outside. You're going to make it out of wood, and you're going to make it out of paper mache. Now, building that to begin with, this big looping track of road networks and highways, is probably going to take you a lot of time and effort. But once you're done, you're done. And then you set it outside. Now, how long, exposed to the elements, do you think it would take before the amount of time you've spent maintaining it exceeds the amount of time it took you to build it? Especially considering the fact that unless you want to fully upend and replace a part, you know, the damage done by rain, wear, exposure to the elements, animals, whatever else, often is quite finicky and involves like fucking road surgery, you know? It's just one of those systems where the greatest cost is not up front. I don't know if that was a good example. Yeah, it's very expensive. Okay, there. Brief history of the Cypress Street Viaduct collapse disaster. I think I've heard of this, but I haven't. It's been a while. I'll give it a look, but probably not right now. Hold on. According to somebody in chat, I made it. I'm in a Matt Walsh video. We've done it. Is that true? Let me see. Wait, does he react to anything in the video that I made, or does he just react to a tweet? The left reacts to me exposing the trans healthcare scam. Oh, it's just going to be a tweet, isn't it? Because he's looking at tweets. This is 19 minutes long? That ain't me. Yeah, I've been in a Walsh video before. Always a good time. I don't think it's a video bit. I don't know, guys. I think it might just be a tweet, in which case I don't care. See, look, there's a video portion right here. Where am I? My interest plummets. Was it a banger tweet? No, I didn't even say anything interesting in the tweet. I just said something like, you're only criticizing the healthcare system or the insurance system. I didn't even, like, my tweet, there wasn't even anything to react to in the tweet. I made a video, but if he's not reacting to the video, then, you know, it's not any, then it's just another Matt Walsh video. Okay, close that then. Thank you to the person who linked it, though. Okay, got that. Close this, close that, close this, close that, because we don't need it anymore. The White House has fallen, hasn't? Do I want to do that or I've been asked by a lot of people over email recently to do another rhetoric video. Do you guys mind do you mind being talked to for a little bit? Just a smidge? It's your show? It's my show. That's true. Okay. I feel like my hair's too poofy today. All right. So lately, I've been getting a lot of emails of people asking me, how do I navigate this social situation with a person who's reactionary, or some right-winger is giving me a hard time at work, or my parents are doing this or that, or I have a friend or family member who's having a similar issue, and what can I do in this specific context? To which my answer over email is, wow, that's a big question. I don't know, because that would, you know, that's not the easiest thing to answer on a case-by-case basis. I've made videos on rhetoric before, but they're a little bit old, and you know, it never hurts to refresh some of the primers. So I'm going to keep this video pretty clean, at least by the standards of a video of mine. And you know, if you need any advice on that, you know, if you need advice in what is effectively rhetoric, then I'd like to talk to you for a moment. Okay. Now, we live in a very unique point in history, and I mean unique in a bad way here. We have advanced to a point where there is such a heightened social anxiety around certain issues that even talking about them can be dangerous. If you are gay or transgender, and you know there are people on your case for that, the decision to have an argument with them, to defend yourself, to confront them on the things they've said or believe, that could potentially be the wrong thing to do. Not because you're wrong, but because you might not be able to convince them, and you might only worsen the conditions that you live under. So the first thing to keep in mind is safety. And to be clear, I don't think the average person is going to be like attacked in the street because they engaged in any of these topics. But like a good example would be with your parents. You know, if you're like trans or gay and your parents are on your case, well, you probably know that a significant portion of young people who are homeless got kicked out of their parents' house for being gay or trans or whatever else. So you know there is kind of an implicit threat to arguing with them. I just want you to be aware of stuff like that, because I don't want you to, you know, get all rhetoric brained and get it up in your head like, yeah, I'm going to take on all these people, and then like your life just gets worse. That's not a good idea. If it's not a good idea to argue with someone, if you can't change their mind, if arguing will only exacerbate the problems, maybe just don't. That might feel bad, but you know, we're just purely talking about what improves your life here. You know, your decision to engage or not engage in any specific misunderstanding with any specific people is probably not going to have a huge impact on the world broadly. It's mostly about you. So let's talk about you. Now, I can't do specific case-by-case situations on how to handle any specific argument, because that would take basically infinite length of time. I do have videos where I talk about what, like, fact-based arguments I would level for a number of issues, and I have a research document, though incomplete, that goes over many of the arguments that I would make and how I would make them and the evidence I would use to support them in specific situations. But without those specifics, the main thing that I want to talk about is rhetoric and presentation. See, people don't like being convinced that they're wrong. In fact, our brains are unmatched in their ability to self-justify, to make us feel that we are right, and to shut out any information that contradicts that. on a purely logical level, most people aren't going to be moved over on an incorrect belief they have by arguing with them about it. I mean, it can happen. There are people who are like that. There are people who are rational and calm enough to accept that they've been proven wrong and change their beliefs, but they're in the minority. That is the exception rather than the rule. If you just went up to them, handed them a sheet of facts, provable information that destroyed their argument, you just hand that to them and say, hey, read this. Do you think they would finish reading it and go like, okay, well, clearly as a result of this, I've been proven incorrect? No, that is not going to happen with most of them. That's why rhetoric is so important, It's the case in politics. It's the case in interpersonal relationships. Hell, it's the case in science. Rhetoric is essential in convincing other people that you're correct. The information itself is oftentimes, especially when you're talking with friends and family, secondary to the way in which you present the information. Now, I'm not suggesting you say anything wrong. Obviously, it's very important to have your facts straight. But if you want to have a reasonable chance of success, you need to know how to present them properly. So, generally speaking, what I'm talking about here is how to handle people who hate you or who hate what you are. The Christian love, right? Hate the sin, not the sinner. Maybe your parents love you, but they hate what you are. You understand the difference? In reality, there's not a huge difference, right? Like, that's always been kind of a cop-out, but it's a difference that other people insist on. This imaginary belief that there's a wall that you can draw up between an attack on a person and an attack on what that person is. It's not really there, but it's something people tend to believe. So, whether they hate you or what you are, here's a good idea on how to deal with them. Ideas, it's plural. I'm going to ramble for a second here, okay? So, first and foremost, if you're dealing with somebody who cares about you in any capacity, I mean like friend, family, even if they're like a coworker or a roommate, the most valuable tool that you have to convince them of any position is the empathy they hold for you. See, people have an innate desire to not be proven wrong. We also have an innate desire to get along with people we care about and to be kind to them and to have them be kind to us. Now, obviously, a lot of people are still dicks. It's not a 100% thing, but we are definitely more lenient, more lax, more willing, more gracious when dealing with people that we care about, at least in some respects. Maybe not when it comes to challenging core beliefs, but when it comes to like general stuff, right? I think most people tend to operate that way. If the people around you don't, if your friends and family treat you with all the kindness that you would treat a stranger, I don't know. That seems like kind of a personal problem. I don't know. That kind of sucks. But for those of you who do have some compassion held from others around you, you need to keep the person you're talking to from being defensive. So here's a number of scenarios where this is important, okay? I've talked about, if your parents are just casually or invasively hostile towards your lifestyle or what you are, if your friends are sort of casually indifferent or ignorant or rude on things pertaining to who you are, your gender identity, sexuality, maybe you have an interracial relationship, maybe this is your religious belief of some kind, anything like that. You don't want them to feel defensive because when people are defensive, they lock up, right? You want to focus on a couple of core things. The first of which, 100%, is being you want them to feel they have to prove themselves to you. I know this sounds weird and arbitrary, but it's actually so important, okay? Whenever there is a conversation being had where it doesn't feel as though both people are equally invested, a power dynamic is established. If one person really wants to have a convo, but the other person doesn't and isn't that interested, the person who's less interested is in a relative position of power because they're indicating disinterest. In other words, the other person has to prove why it's worth both their time to discuss this. Now, again, this isn't 100%, right? If your dad's screaming at you, like you can't fold your arms and go like, looks like I've established dominance over you by proving I don't want to like, no, to obviously be reasonable here. But generally, in the context of like calm conversation, your overinvestment is to their benefit and their overinvestment is to your benefit. You want to be calm. You want to be no more engaged than they are, because if you are, you're giving them permission and encouraging them effectively to double down and persist in the beliefs or things they're saying that you don't like. You can imagine this pretty easily, right? So we've all seen examples of this online, right? If you are a progressive and you see somebody online who is just kind of being casually problematic, I don't know, maybe they're being a bit racist or something, and you go over there and you're like, that is extremely racist of you, and I cannot believe you have done this, and here are the reasons why, and here is the evidence, and blah, blah, blah. How often has this worked? Seriously, think in your entire life, how many times has direct, overt, preachy confrontation changed a mind? Never. I've never seen this happen. It doesn't happen. Okay, no, wipe it clean from your mind. It doesn't happen. But you might notice that there is another strategy, one that people on the left have gotten better at using, that actually is more effective. And it's the kind of subtle social shaming that is associated with unequal interest in a conversation. So say that somebody online says something casually racist, not like horrifically, deliberately racist, but let's say racially inconsiderate. And somebody, maybe even you, replies, "Wow, kind of cringe, bro." Now, the person who made that inconsiderate, racist message, maybe they weren't intending to be a bad person. They just said something that was, not great to say. So maybe they feel a bit taken aback. Maybe they see a kind of casual disregard for their position as a challenge in some way to the sincerity of what they believe, how firm their beliefs are, how right their beliefs are. But if they engage with that, what exactly are they going to do? Now, I've seen this happen a million times. Not every time, nothing's guaranteed, but often. A person says something inconsiderate. People respond with light mockery, maybe joking disregard, maybe like oh, cool, wow. Like they're indicating two things. One, they don't like what you said, but also, really importantly, they don't care that much. You don't go in there to over-explain why you think what they said was wrong, right? You just indicate you don't like it, but like, eh. And if they reply to you, then you can reply back going like, bro, just like don't do that thing. And if they continue to engage, you notice a successful pattern emerges. The more the person who criticized them indicates disinterest, non-engagement, the more likely they are to feel as though they have to over-explain their position. The best example of this that I've seen is asking people to explain dog whistles. So, for instance, do you know the pit bull dog whistle? This is when somebody will post a picture of a pit bull, or any dog, I guess, and they'll say, "Isn't it curious that like 500% of dog attacks are done by pit bulls, even though they only represent 10% of the dog population?" No. Now, anybody who's posting a meme, you all get, I assume, what the implication is there. Anybody who posts something like that, if you like try to preachily explain that they're racist, it's not going to work because they know that they're racist. Like they know that. Like you've seen that, right? Where somebody does something bad, and then a person responds with "You're bad," and they're like, "Well, yeah." We saw this back in 2016 with Donald Trump, right? Like Hillary Clinton was like, deplorable MAGA voters. Donald Trump, he's a bad man. It's like, they don't care. All you're doing is making them feel cool for being bad, frankly, by acting like a paternalistic, nanny who they're defying by being bad, right? But if you asked, hypothetically, if you asked that pit bull meme dog whistle person, what does that mean? Like, sincerely, what does that mean? I don't get it. Haha, smiley face. In most cases, in real life, they wouldn't respond. But imagine they did, right? There are very few ways that they can respond to that in a way that doesn't implicate themselves. Imagine, for example, if they were like, "Oh, you know what I mean." You're like, "Well, no, I don't. What do you mean?" And they're like, well, black people. Do you understand the rhetorical problem on their end? The artifice of the dog whistle crumbles if they're forced to explain it. You understand? Now, this doesn't happen that often in real life because people who deliberately dog whistle don't usually explain the dog whistle to defend themselves. But the fact that over-explaining or a request for clarification puts them in a position where if they did do so, they would look quite silly, that's the core of what I'm talking about here. Like if somebody in your friend group makes an inconsiderate comment and you ask them to explain themselves, what did you mean by that? I don't get it. So often this shuts down casual racism. I mean it. This is like, especially in the workplace, if you have coworkers who are just kind of casually bigoted, all you have to do, in many cases, not all, but in many, is to just go like, oh, what do you mean by that? And they will clam up. They will just literally, like, it seems unreasonable. Why would that work so well? Well, the reason for it is because normally when people have bad beliefs, right, they have them as a kind of external, unexamined, let's say, ephemeral, emotional position. They're not rooted in a set of concrete logical arguments. So if a person is casually racist, casually sexist, casually transphobic, they can't root this back to the axiomatic level. They're not going to start explaining like fundamental ethics or like the meta-ethical presuppositions they've made to arrive at the beliefs they hold that made them believe the thing that no, they're not going to do that. Almost nobody can do that, and thank God, because life would be really annoying if people did that all the time. But these tenuous beliefs they hold, these biases, these concerns, they suddenly look really silly when they're taken out of the joking artifice, when they're put in the spotlight, when they're given the space to explain themselves. You know what I mean? You've probably been the victim of this tactic at some point, haven't you? Have you ever done something that was kind of inconsiderate or rude? We all have. And then somebody asks you, why'd you do that? Now, there are two ways to respond. There are only two ways to respond to this, okay? One of them is to do what I do and double down. where you're like, why'd I do that? Did what? What do you mean? I'm just having fun. Right, you can do that. And right, many people do this, okay? Or you immediately feel like a jackass and kind of whimper out an apology. Really, are those not basically the only two roads to go down? Because if you've been rude, even rude by your own definition, you're not going to construct a logical argument to explain why you've been... Like, you're not going to go like, okay, well, first of all, like, maybe if you feel there's some justification and you actually weren't being rude, you're only accused of being rude. But if you know you've been rude, it's doubling down or whimpering an apology, right? And I don't think a lot of people are willing to, like, hardcore double down on, yeah, I'm super racist, if they're called out on being kind of, like, casually insensitive about race. I know that online it feels like they might do that because Twitter right now is completely inundated with neo-Nazis that Elon Musk is deliberately boosting. So if you go online right now, it might be like, no, every person with reactionary beliefs is willing to fully commit and defend them. It's not true in real life. That's actually like an incredibly small portion of the population. I promise you. In real life, people don't like having their biases confronted, they don't like having to explain themselves, and they are self-conscious when put in a position where they feel they have to justify their behavior. And all of these things, this is what you need to do. What I'm talking about right now is framing. That is, even before the real conversation has been had, even before you put forward any positions, make any arguments, even express any discontent, you have to make sure the context of the conversation is working in your favor. Let's say you're at a party with family, family gathering or whatever. An uncle makes an inappropriate joke about gay people. You're gay, you know, you feel maybe you were a bit targeted by that. If you went up to your uncle right there and said, I do not appreciate that comment, I feel that was homophobic and such, you know, maybe if your uncle was a nice guy, he'll kowtow right there. But I bet you in a lot of cases, instead, he'll laugh it off. Why are you so sensitive? Come on, I was just joking. You're overreacting, that kind of thing. You've all been told that at some point in your lives. That happens to a lot of people when they try to confront reactionary people in their family or friend circle. But if you went up, maybe not right then, but maybe later in the party or after in the party or just some point in the future, and you indicated in a almost dispassionate way, I didn't really like that. I thought that kind of sucked. And just left it at that. I bet he'd be a lot less likely to do the haha, you're so oversensitive thing. Maybe he still will. Again, there are no guarantees. But I bet you he'd be less likely to. Because now the immediate defensive reaction that he would have, which is that you're being oversensitive, you're just reacting in the heat of the moment, that's gone now. Because you waited and you said it calmly. Now, again, maybe he plays it off, but if he doesn't, he might try to defend himself. He might try to explain himself. And that's what you want, because a dispassionate comment from you has now elicited from him a passionate or at least engaged response. And depending on how things play out, how sincere he is or how much you feel he cares about your opinion, it's possible for you to play this right there or to continue playing it up down the road. You can say, and you can delay the conversation. You can say, oh, I didn't want to argue about you, or I didn't want to argue about this with you. I'm just saying, you know, and then like walk off. That'll burn in him. You know, if your uncle cares about you at all, like that'll hit. This like I'm just disappointed. Like I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. People hate feeling like they're the victim of that, because now, exactly, Nikolai Prime. If a confrontation is to happen, you now have the upper hand because they're the one who has to initiate it. They're the one who has to justify it. And if no confrontation is had from this, you're still in a better position because now, whenever your uncle does something like that, makes an insensitive comment about gay people, he'll feel your eyes burning on the back of his neck. You understand? You make them uncomfortable. And that discomfort may feel a bit mean to inflict on other people, but we're talking about serious stuff here. We're talking about, you know, issues of bigotry and hatred in an era of rapidly rising social and interpersonal violence against queer people. I think it's acceptable to use the rhetorical and framing strategies most likely to get the people around you to be empathetic to what you have to say. I don't think that's rude or inconsiderate of you. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think it's quite considerate because you're acting with an understanding of how they're feeling. Because keep in mind, if their behavior is truly intolerable to you, the other road this could go down is just you never speak with this person again. You cut ties with your uncle, your friends, your mother, your father, your grandparents. And that in the long run leads to a lot more harm. The best case scenario here is that something you do elicits sympathy in the person you're talking to, and that allows you to maintain a relationship that is mutually respectful. And if in the path towards that, they have to feel self-conscious about the bad things they've said, you understand? It's fine. Now, this isn't about making people feel bad. It's about getting them to stop making you feel bad. And I genuinely think the underlying principles of this fit no matter how outwardly aggressive or abusive the people around you are being. Being dispassionate, being calm, not giving them a justification in their outburst towards you, but rather letting them come to you, pulling back on them, making them feel they have to justify themselves to you. That is the core of moving over people that you care about. And by the way, this is a classic relationship strategy thing, and anybody who's watching this right now who is like an adult will understand this. If you're having an argument with your significant other and they have been rude to you, so overwhelmingly it is the case that if you just confront them right then and there, and like, that was rude of you, that was wrong of you, how many times does this fix the problem? It doesn't. It just escalates the argument. They get defensive, you get offensive, then defensive, back and forth and back and forth. You know for a fact that letting things calm for a minute or 10 or whatever, and then bringing it to them, almost always better. And oftentimes the reason for that is because the time allows them to sit on what, you know, what they've done, and maybe they, you know, maybe they feel bad or at least are more open to being talked to about it. So in specifics here, right? I've talked a lot about family as an example because that's what I get emails on the most often, right? How do I, you know, my brother, my mother, my father, they're falling down the, You know, they're being more reactionary, this, that, the other. Well, especially with parents who have direct power over you, if you're young and you live with them, you have to be really careful when engaging with them on any kind of disagreement, because again, your safety is priority number one. But if you feel you can engage with them, right, just don't act like the stereotype that they want to make you. Basically, imagine a conservative, like a conservative caricature of an SJW, and be the opposite of that. The reason this works is because the conservative caricature of an SJW is maximized to make people as unlikely as possible to carefully consider their arguments. One good example of this would be Big Red. You know, that lady who was at the conference who had the red hair? Now, reactionaries love Big Red because she's a shouty lady and she's got red hair. But if you listen to anything that she said in like the video of her arguing with the men's rights guys around her, I don't think she said much at all unreasonable. Like, she was fine. Like, she was fine. It wasn't even that she was right. It was like she wasn't even... She was just yelling. Like, multiple people were yelling there, you know? It was pretty normal. The way she looked, though, gave people an image. I bet you a lot of people who have used the image of her have never actually seen the video or heard her words. But there's a stereotype that they like to imagine. And the stereotype of an SJW that these people hold dear to their hearts, that maximizes the chance that whatever they say is ignored, is you have to be preachy, you have to be unhappy, you have to be unintelligent, and you have to be overly earnest. These are the stereotypes of an SJW, right? It's not enough that they be preachy on their own. Many people are preachy. The right wing likes people who preach if they agree with the things they preach on. Overly earnest, they cannot let it go. They persist. They follow you from scene to scene. They can't let it go. They can't let you live. They're over-involved. They have nothing going on in their lives except for bothering you about this, right? Unhappy. This is critical. Do you ever see right-wingers gloat over the perception of SJWs being happy? Is that a stereotype you're familiar with? That you might see, you know, in an image or a video? Do they ever look like they're happy? No. They look miserable, they're screeching, and this is necessary because it plays into the idea that being an SJW is a mutually destructive bargain. It's not that the SJW has fun at the expense of the poor white men or whatever. It is that in a vicious and animalistic sense, the SJW tears down everyone around them. The trans person, in the eye of a conservative, can never be made happy by their transition. Even though conservatives argue that trans people are just degenerates, that they're innately morally wrong, they must also argue that transitioning brings suffering to those who do it. That there are medical complications, or the delusions, or nothing gets fixed, or da-di-da-di-da. Why are these arguments necessary when the right makes fundamentalist arguments against trans people? If you're calling them degenerates, you don't need to then argue that they're also unhappy to deter people from being trans. The fact that it's degenerate should be enough for them, but no. It is because, as humans with the capacity for empathy, we are more positively inclined towards people who seem to be having a good time. We consider happiness as a marker of moral virtue. We see it as an indicator of one's well-being. This is why the SJW can never be happy. It's why people would always cite that Jordan Peterson thing that he hypocritically said, that you must clean your own room before you can change the world. The idea that these people can't run their own lives, much less other people's. They're miserable. They're dragging those around them down. They're causing harm to themselves and others. In the case of feminist SJWs, they're moving away from what it means to be a woman. Women are supposed to be like this, so if they're not, it is what is causing them unhappiness. This is why the right circle jerks over the belief that feminists secretly all crave conservative chud dick, which is statistically and mathematically not the case, but it's a fantasy they indulge in because they want their opponents to be miserable. We do this too. We are all aware of the fact that online Nazis are miserable people who have horrible lives, and we revel in it because to a large extent they cause it for themselves. We also engage in this behavior, and understanding that the misery and the unhappiness and the poor life discipline of our political opposition makes them less trustworthy, less enviable, and more of a political mockery. So be happy. Don't give them that stereotype. Be pleasant. Even if you're not outwardly happy, even if you're having a bad time, and that's fine, we're all humans, you have to exercise emotional control. Emotional control is vital to any good rhetoric. You need to project the image of a level person who is capable of seeing the humor, the good, in things you disagree with. This is one of the things that I think has historically made me pretty effective at talking to people on the right. I can laugh at problematic jokes. I make problematic jokes. And in so doing, I indicate that I'm not joyless. I don't represent some political affront to the concept of humor. I find lots of stuff funny. Even if I politically disagree with the people who make those jokes, or sometimes even the content of those jokes. I think that people on the left, on both a political and interpersonal level, would have an easier time winning over people on the right if we were better at making it clear that even if we have disagreements, even if we have problems, we can still find joy in things that and we can. You guys can. That's something you're all capable of. So make sure other people understand that too. Don't let them see you unhappy. Don't let them see you acting preachy. And don't be overly involved. Just be the calm in the storm and let it justify itself to you. Nobody, I shouldn't say nobody, but in many cases, nobody has convinced a friend or family member to move away from these positions through exaggerated or deliberate upsettedness, of confronting them, of screaming, of crying, of being upset, of saying this little joke is actually a microaggression and you have hurt me in doing so. Because the more you overstate the case, the more upset you are, the easier it is for them to call you hysterical, overreacting. You understand? I know it's difficult to say, right? Like, well, you're confronting some serious social ills. You're trying to create a space where your friends and family aren't going to make you feel like shit for who you are, aren't going to, worsen your life. These are high stakes, and I understand why people can get emotional, but it is so, so, so important that you be calm when doing so. It's vital. So with all that being established, congratulations. We've talked about framing. We haven't even talked about the argument, okay? Be calm. Be happy, or at least neutral. Be level. It's very important. Don't be overly involved. Let them come to you. And don't... don't let them think you're triggered. It's very important. But when it comes to the argument itself, well, that's an entirely different story. See, framing is just about setting up the pieces, the chessboard, to begin the argument. The argument itself, as it happens, actually quite critical. Relying on empathy is one thing. Typically, I don't actually think it works that well as an argument. I think that empathy is a good thing to take in mind when you're constructing the framing, but as an argument on its own, if a person's care for you was sufficient to move them from reactionary positions, they probably already would have, right? Like, think about it. If just caring about you was enough, you wouldn't have these problems. Unless they don't care for you at all. But if they don't care for you at all and they're your friend, they shouldn't be. And if they don't care for you at all and they're a family member, then your problems extend beyond what I'm capable of discussing here. I assume that in most cases, the people giving you grief are people who have, at least when it comes to friends and family, some level of investment in how you feel and who you are, in what you are. So the argument itself, right? Okay, so stats-based stuff, making statistical arguments, breaking stuff down on that level, don't do this. don't do this. People shut down when you start bringing evidence to the conversation, okay? The reason for this, yeah, nerd emoji. The reason for this is because, as I said before, oftentimes the reactionary positions they hold, the things they've said, are a kind of like amorphous bias that they don't really want directly challenged because they also can't really directly defend it. You understand what I mean? If it's uncomfortable enough for them to have a conversation about these biases because it's not something they're fully prepared for, and it's not something they necessarily want to do. And then you go ahead and you like bring a bunch of data to the conversation. Like, okay, no. This guy's, you have to understand why they believe the things they believe. And in basically all cases, it's not going to be because of data and statistics. Now, I understand data and statistics, okay? I've argued with people and cited data and statistics. How many people in the history of my channel have been moved away from the belief that white people are being destroyed by non-white people in this country by data? How many people have been convinced by data on the trans regret rate, or on, say, the math pertaining to the abuse of children and the need for sex education to help prevent abuse? What about arguments pertaining to how children are often better off when they have gay parents than if they have straight parents? Doesn't work, does it? The facts are important to keep in your back pocket because they can help influence the arguments you make, but the direct citation of statistics is often unnerving to people who are not specifically coded for this. You're the case for this as well. I'll give you an example. Imagine you're having an argument with a loved one, a significant other, and you've done something they find aggravating. I don't even know what it is. It's just some way in which you order your life. They don't like it. You're having a passionate conversation. You really want to keep doing the thing. They don't want you to keep doing it. And then they pull out a study. Did you know that in a 12-year longitudinal analysis comprising of 72 pairs of couples, 73% of people who did the thing I'm suggesting ended up reporting better life outcomes at the end? Be real for a second and don't front. Do you seriously think that would stop you? Like, you're in the middle of having this passionate conversation. Do you really, truly, genuinely think that you would just stop and go, oh, well, I guess I have no choice? I would call them a bitch. Yeah, that seems more reasonable. That seems more likely. Maybe you'd be interested in looking at the study, but like, that's just not how people tend to work. That's not how people tend to work. How long did you have this prepared? Exactly. You could deflect. You could go to other things. You might feel betrayed that they're so over-invested in this conversation that they would like have data ready, or like that you would feel kind of beleaguered or even bullied that you're trying to have a passionate conversation with somebody you love and they're trying to like wrest it away and turn it into this clinical like science thing, and you're and in your mind you're thinking, well, it's not exactly like that. I'm not, the cases aren't exactly the same as the story, it's a different thing. Like, or what if I'm the exception? I think blah blah blah. Like, trust me, I've had a lot of arguments on stream and off stream, okay? I'm an argumentative guy. This doesn't work. All right? Even the people in chat who are like, I'm autistic, so it would work with it. No, it wouldn't. I'm autistic, so I can tell you that it doesn't. Also, autistic people are more likely, if anything, to break down screaming if they're having a heated emotional argument, okay? I have dated and been with autistic people. Do not pretend that you're all cold emotional robots, because you're not, all right? Don't you fucking front. So don't do this. I am a surgeon, Dr. Han. I am a yeah, exactly. Don't do this. Instead, you have to understand where their beliefs are coming from. And there are a lot of potentially reactionary beliefs that you could be confronting here. If the reactionary beliefs that they hold have to do with, let's say, laissez-faire or bootstrap economics. I bet a lot of people have dads who are like this, who don't really like harass you much day to day, but you're kind of bothered at the fact that they seem to be really contemptuous of poor people, and they seem to believe that anyone can make it if they try, and therefore those who haven't made it aren't trying, so it's their fault. And it's like, yeah, in many cases, those beliefs don't come from a mathematical understanding of the economy. If they understood the economy, they wouldn't believe that. It often comes from survivorship bias, or it comes from a coping mechanism that people have to feel like they're not a victim when they themselves have suffered hardship. A lot of people who aren't doing that well economically don't want to believe that it's all just chance or that there's some force in the world they can't directly control, so they want to blame themselves. You've probably done this in stuff in your life too. You've probably blamed yourself for stuff that was just causality, that was just chance, that you didn't have much or any control over. But sometimes it feels nice to assert control over something, even if the outcomes were negative, you know? Even if the results weren't what you wanted, to be able to plant your feet and say, no, that was me, makes you feel like you're stepping up, you're taking charge. You are the one willing to take responsibility when all these other poor people aren't. They're all blaming the government, they're blaming corporations, but you know you could have just tried harder. I bet you a lot of people you know who have those beliefs, those bootstrappy beliefs, they feel that way. They might also have a kind of survivorship bias where they're under the impression that the reason they made it when all the people from the hood or from their old hometown or from their family didn't is because all those people sucked and they worked really hard for it. And hey, maybe they did, right? Maybe the person you're talking to did work incredibly hard, is very talented, and maybe the people who they grew up with weren't. And maybe there was a lot of merit in their success. But what they've done is they've taken that too far. Because there was merit in their success, they've convinced themselves that merit is all there is, that there is no luck, that everything is purely down to what you've done. And that's how they got where they are. They don't want to say that they got where they were because of luck or because of poor luck on the part of the people that they surged past. They don't want to admit that, so they don't. I bet you 99% of the people who you all know who have those kinds of beliefs, it's from one of those two places. I bet you. So understand where the argument comes from. Understand why they believe what they believe, because you're not going to convince this person by just running up with a stat book. You need to understand the underlying emotional experience, the reason they have this bias, the reason they jump to it. Now, the ways you can directly confront those beliefs are, well, complicated. I don't think you should go for an overly stats-based approach because that tends to put people off, and I don't think that addresses bias well, because biases are by definition irrational. I don't think you should try to directly psychoanalyze them because that makes people incredibly defensive. But I also think that in many cases, you're going to have to read the situation, person to person, and understand to what extent is this person, receptive to what types of arguments. How much will empathy roll here? How much will impassioned direct arguments have an effect? To what extent should I show that I care, and to what extent should I lean back and, let them come to me with the disagreements? Unfortunately, this is really like a person-by-person thing. So you have to know the people you're talking to, and there are never any guarantees. What about homophobia or transphobia? Well, homophobia and transphobia come from one place and one place only. Well, two places. Disgust and repression. The repression one is pretty straightforward. And I don't think that any of you want to have a conversation with a friend or family member as to why they are or are not transphobic or homophobic based on the argument that they're secretly trans or gay. I don't think that conversation will bear out that well. So if your friend or family member or coworker or whatever else is a repressor, Godspeed. You know, you can't know that for sure. You have no way of knowing that for sure. I wouldn't bring it up. I wouldn't bring that up. That's a whole thing. What you should bring up, though, is, I think, the far more common justification for homophobia, transphobia, whatever else, is disgust. A bias towards disgust. Look, I know a lot of people in my community don't really get this because you're young and you're queer and you're very online, but people have really deep emotional investments in what a man and a woman are supposed to be and what sexual relationships are supposed to look like. Okay? Now, I'm not saying this to suggest they're right. They ain't. I'm just saying that they care about it more than you could possibly know. This laissez-faire attitude a lot of people have in our generation of like, oh, girls are hot, boys are hot, girl dick, boy pussy, oh my God, I just like people, you know. Please understand that while people like you did exist in the past, you didn't exist in any appreciable numbers until recently. Culturally, basically everyone older than like 35 will have grown up in a world where people still casually said the F slur and gay derogatorily in high school and meant it. People used to say gay as an insult, not as a general all descriptor that gay people use to describe themselves and everything they look at, okay? I'm just saying you have to understand the investment here. And frankly, to be clear, all right, if you... Disgust is a difficult thing to confront directly because it's a very powerful emotion. Disgust is right up there with fear, you know? If you have a bias towards disgust, it burns at you. I mean, think about it. Think of a literal disgust response that you have had looking at something disgusting. Some of you probably can't stand to look at people who gag, or somebody vomiting, or just any number of disgusting or gory images that you could easily find online that I don't care to describe. A lot of you, if you saw some of those images, would probably just immediately feel sick. And I understand this may seem like an exaggeration, but that is the same disgust response that many homophobes and transphobes feel when contemplating gay or trans people. I know that sounds insane and irrational, because it is. It is that insane and irrational. But it's real. That is the thing you're dealing with. And that is a strong emotion to contend with. You're not going to logic people out of that. Now, people will often adopt logical positions as a way of building a shield of rationality around their disgust bias. Because most people don't like to believe that their political positions are based in something as ephemeral and emotional and irrational as disgust. You know? Like, people don't like to admit that, so they have all these, like, outward beliefs that they pack on like armor. You know, they can say like, oh, well, actually, it's the trans people, the suicide rate and the surgeries go wrong and the hormones do bad and the trans women lactate pus. And like, the fact that there are people who believe that last thing at all is a reaffirmation of just how strong the disgust response is. The fact that they have to make up things like that in order to like justify how they feel. Their disgust is so pervasive that they have to say shit like trans women lactate pus to give a rational explanation for the irrational feelings they have. You understand what I mean? You understand what I'm talking about here? Like, that's what they're building out. And this happens all the time. In many cases, disgust and fear responses are best mitigated through exposure. We have data for this. People often feel the same way about other races. That's a fear response, but fear and disgust are very similar in how they lead people to behave. When it comes to race, gender, sexuality, being around people from the group you have discussed feelings towards usually makes you much less bigoted towards them. Far less bigoted. Much, much, much less bigoted. There is a racist belief that, you know, the kinds of people who get red-pilled into neo-Nazism are people who live in the cities who have to experience living around black people. In reality, the data says the exact opposite. People who live in cities are not only just generally inclined to be less racist, they become less racist over time. As it turns out, it's really difficult to hate all black people when you live near them, because oftentimes that means you are going to have positive experiences with them. It means you're going to be forced to humanize them, to interact with them, to speak with them, to learn about them. It's the same way with gay people and trans people and the like. The same effects take place when it comes to exposure to queer people in city environments where there are many queer people. The more you're likely to expose yourself to and engage with and converse with people of other groups, the less likely you are to hate them. So what am I saying here? Am I saying the argument you should make against homophobes and transphobes is to be gay or trans around them? No. Because again, if that was the solution, then you wouldn't have this problem. That you wouldn't be dealing with this if being around them was enough. Because clearly that hasn't completely fixed it, right? What I instead think that you should understand is that if these people, the people who are being casually homophobic, trans, or whatever around you, if they are still engaging with you in the day-to-day, I think that reminders of normalcy are a really, really effective way of disarming them of their beliefs. You know what I mean? So I'll give you an example, and this is like an extremely hyperbolic example, but I think it demonstrates the point pretty well. Okay? No, actually? All right, well then let me see if this works. Okay? Let's say that you work at a coffee shop, which for some reason has a very lax HR department. There's a guy who works at the coffee shop who's transphobic, and he's pretty transphobic too. You know? He's pretty transphobic. Makes a lot of mean comments about trans people. And you're trans, and you work there. Let's just say HR isn't a factor, okay? This is just something you have to deal with. You can't quit, you know, you gotta live with what you've got. Now, sometimes, as I've said before, the best thing to do is just to not engage with this person because you might make things worse. But I have seen, especially online, a weird number of cases where regular positive interactions with hateful people actually softens them up quite a bit. I see a lot of this online in like Discord servers where there will be like a trans person or a black person will join a server that's full of like a bunch of edgy gamer bros, some of who are like actively politically bigoted, and over time they'll like soften up, because at first when they see the black or trans person or whatever else, they'll go like, "Oh, is that a trans girl? 40%." Nah. But sometimes trans girls, being gluttons for abuse, stay there and they talk and they engage and they go, "Yeah, okay, whatever. So anyway," and they work around it and they play and they talk and they engage. And have you not seen this before? Sometimes to the bigot, after a bit of exposure, after a bit of direct engagement, it becomes really silly to persist in the bigotry. Not even because you've had a direct argument level against you, but more so because the direct bigotry feels vestigial and kind of like juvenile and dumb when you're just hanging out with a person who is a member of that group. You understand what I mean? Again, not 100%. Not even remotely. And I'm not saying that if you're a member of a marginalized group, you should go up to somebody who wants you dead and start being friendly to them, okay? Again, this is very much like a exposure therapy kind of deal that you have to flesh out for yourself with regards to safety and likelihood of it working out proper. I can say from personal experience that as a guy who likes guys, I used to have casually homophobic friends in my friend circle, and I never convinced any of them to stop being homophobic by arguing with them that it was normal for men to fuck men. What I did instead was I just continued to be friends with them. I didn't take their shit. If they made jokes or comments, I'd say like, "Yeah, okay, come on." You know, like I wouldn't, it's not about being conciliatory. It's about existing in their vicinity in spite of their behavior. And bit by bit, their homophobia just became less relevant to the discourse, less meaningful. It did less. I cannot tell you how many people I know whose stories of being pulled out of the alt-right began with, "So I met this trans person." It happens all the time. Because sometimes exposure and engagement genuinely is the best argument. In order to burn away the irrational biases, a rational argument won't work. The irrationality of human communication in spite of political differences, that works pretty well. Once you humanize the thing you fear, it's really difficult to fear them. Again, not 100% guaranteed. Prioritize your safety, blah, blah, blah. Probably isn't also relevant when we're talking family members, because your family members already know you. But with friends, with coworkers, with people around, don't take shit. Don't let them walk all over you, but also understand. They may not be victims, but they are suffering from biases they don't understand and probably can't control. From the most innocuous, casual bigots who just slightly problematically say stuff, you know, to people who are overtly, politically, militantly reactionary, they are slaves to their irrational biases. And if you care about bringing them over, I think sometimes it's worth understanding that your company is the best argument you can give. But remember, the company that you offer cannot exacerbate the negative stereotypes that their biases lead them to have of you. So don't act like an SJW. In the mind of the reactionary, every engagement with a member of the feared, hated group is a conflict. The transphobe wants every engagement with a trans person to be an argument. The transphobe wants every engagement with a trans person to be heated, violent even, because that's what's going on in the transphobe's mind. It's a war. The racist wants every engagement with a member of the other race to be what? If it's politically oriented, certainly they want it to be a contentious one. They want it to be a disagreement, because agreement weakens their positions politically and emotionally. You understand? Right. It's a case-by-case thing, but I think that's a good way to approach homophobia and transphobia. On a fundamental level, I think that racism stems from sexual insecurity, and that's in pretty much all cases. White, anti-everyone-else racism has often been rooted in propaganda of members of other races, animalistic and sexually charged, satisfying or raping white women. And to be fair, there are a lot of other minority groups who hold segregationist or racist beliefs. Older black parents sometimes, older, more Orthodox Jewish families have a tendency to do this, you know? And when you look at why they often have associated racist beliefs, maybe against white people or each other, what do you hear? Well, kind of the same stuff. Oftentimes, it's because they're concerned with the social ramifications of miscegenation or a belief in their race dying out. I think sexual insecurity kind of underlines, basically all racist, quote-unquote, logic, because it's, sexual engagement in the racial context is perceived as a contest for racial supremacy in a very, Disco Elysium measurehead kind of way. And if you engage with a person who's racist in any casual or extensive sense, obviously if you're a member of the race they're negatively inclined towards, then sometimes exposure therapy is the way to go. I don't think you can directly confront somebody on sexual insecurities. That's a pretty rough one. That's I don't know if you could really win somebody over on that. Look, I could do this for like every kind of bad position a person has. I'm just going to summarize because I don't want to ramble forever and ever and ever. you have to understand why the person has the beliefs they have. It will almost always be because of an irrational bias that they don't know how to fully explain or defend, and they don't want confronted. If they care about you, they might be inclined to justify that bias if they feel that you're upset with or disappointed in them, and the more they feel they have to prove themselves to you, the better a position you are in to explain to them why their position is wrong or to convince them to sympathize with you. Even if they're not as directly engaged with you, like if they're a coworker or someone you barely know, in many cases, fear and disgust can influence a person's positions more than any logical argument. And sometimes the best way to handle them is to simply defy their expectations, to be calm, to be happy, to persist in authentically representing yourself without falling into the most negative stereotypes that they use as a way of delegitimizing you. Remember to prioritize your safety first and foremost. Don't take shit from people if you don't need to. And yeah, you know, a lot of this really comes down to you, obviously. A lot of it's in delivery. A lot of it is in body language. A lot of it is in, you know, how you carry yourself and confidence. And I can't help with that stuff, at least not directly. So you're going to have to do that stuff. But yeah, all the people who email me from now on, how do I do this? How do I convince this person? Da-di-da, okay? I'm linking you to this. This is the video you're looking at from now on, okay? I can't keep responding to all your emails. All right? Okay. Very good. Okay. Fantastic. Good luck. Nice. I think I just talked for like an hour, but in the long run, this will save me time. Thanks, Sake, for waiting for the segment to be over. All right. The gist is be normal. Well, that's the advice I would offer for basically everything. All right. Good memes, folks. You know what time it is, don't you? Here's what we're going to do. Well, I'm going to pee. I'm also going to hit the add button. Then, going to read donos, and we're going to play Hi-Fi Rush. All you politics frogs, get out of here. Go. Get out, okay? We're going to play a very high-quality video game. I don't want to hear you complaining about it, all right? I want to finish this damn game because it's good. I'm hitting the button. Wow. All right. Oh, it's so fucking warm in here today. Jesus. Panic Stasis, thanks the tier 4 sub. You should run an ad, Pepe. I did. What do you want from me? Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. 2 Drum Shark, thank you for the $5. Everyone needs to watch Shiny Happy People, the Dugar family documentary about Christian fundamentalists in the U.S. I feel like that depressed me. Sag of Prisons, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Cats on Meth, likewise. Yes, get your protein. Terminage 2. Thank you for the incredibly kind 10 tier 1 subs. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Sup chat, they say? Chat respond. DamGam98, thanks to the tier 3 sub. Hobbit with the tier 2 sub. Rebel Lenore with the $20. Yo, early stream, have some coin. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Evidan666, the $10. Getting wisdom teeth removed tomorrow. More nervous about being put out by IV. You ever been put to sleep for surgery? Yeah, I've been put to sleep. I don't remember for what, though. Was it wisdom teeth? Must have been wisdom teeth, yeah. It's all good. Xanderhall, thanks the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Good to see you, man. Saw this in YouTube Shorts and think this is what you need for your drunk streams.
So let's get some strawberries.
Oh, this fucking guy.
A little bit of lime. Orange. Booze time. So we got Everclear first. You come in, you get that twirl right, and look at that. Look at that. With a touch of tequila.
Unironically, I feel like these look delicious. The fucking jungle juice. I've actually been considering getting a little bar myself, just so I can make margaritas easy.
So let's go to a little vortex again. You can't tornado them, but you can shake them. Rum time. There you go. There you go. You see it there? Now we got our vodka in here, okay? Hawaiian Polar Bear Blast. It's probably the same red shit, just blue. Calypso lemonade. That's all they had. Sunkissed berry lemonade, homeboy.
Turn it down? Oh, yeah. You can't turn it down. It's a YouTube short.
We gotta shake this up. Okay, these have been soaked in some booze. Oh, yeah. And there you have it, homeboy.
Nice meme. True. Kaiser K, thanks to the tier 1 sub. TY for the detailed coverage on the new Trump indictments. Also, your debate with the Libertarian went very well. Your points and examples are spot on. Thank you. Yeah, that was a shit show. Thank you very much. Annie, thanks to the tier 1 subs. Thousands of subs are going dark over the next 48 hours to protest them fucking over the whole community. Insider story, people comfy. Oh shit, a mod recommending a segment. Can I look at this after stream? I'll keep the tab open so that I can look at it. I'll look. I'll give it a look. This is important. Is it more important than Hi-Fi Rush? We need to go dark tomorrow. Do we need to? Reddit users protesting a 48-hour blackout. Third party. Yeah, it seems pretty dumb. All right. Fine. Black out the subreddit. Make it happen. I'll do a segment on it. What happens? All right. Unhinged Jaw. Thanks to tier 3 sub. Take my money. Funny news, man. Thank you. Much appreciated. Happy to. Moink. Thanks to tier 1 sub. Did you see Charlie Kirk on Twitter trying to use the Unabomber's gender stuff to score cheap conservative points? No, but it doesn't surprise me at all that he would do it. Inclusive C, thanks to the $11. I think you'd appreciate Isaac Arthur's videos. Don't watch now, but here's a good one on economy in the future.
This episode is brought to you.
This looks boring. Okay, I'll give it a look. I'll try. I'll try and I'll give it a look. Sorry, Sake. Can't do no okay, buddy Vosh. Looks like the subreddit's gonna go dark. You're not gonna tell me okay, buddy Vosh isn't gonna go dark if the main sub doesn't, huh? Okay, buddy Vosh is participating. My hands are tied. Sake, thanks the 4 tier 1 subs though. All right, I'm playing this game and you are not stopping me. That's all I want. It's all I want. What happened with Reddit? I don't know. Something about charging for API use. Ah! It's fine by me, Thana. Hell yeah. So loud? Yeah, it's a music game. I love 808. There we go. Licking your butt.
You know what? I should procrastinate more.
That's so true. Wait, why does
You
he
know
keep
what?
skipping the...
I should procrastinate more.
Did I hit it twice there? I want to hit play with 808. What? Oh,
You know
I'm
what?
hitting B instead of A. I forgot. I'm so used to the fucking Switch controller. Oh my god.
Oh, I bet everyone was worried about us, huh?
That's what I get for playing like 150 hours of Breath of the Wild. Alright. Is this game objectively good? Yes. Chat, check out our waifus. Alright?
Sure, Peppermint.
Come on.
Macaroon, sock 'em.
Got him, Ty.
Not enough, Corsica.
Just focus. Let me have a go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Fuck!
Try this out.
Back off. Let me have a go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Boy.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Here we go.
Don't worry about me.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, messed up.
Wait, how am I...
Try this out.
How's this? Get right.
3, 2, 1, go.
I'm hitting it twice! What? I'm hitting it twice!
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Not much time.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking at her ass. I was distracted. Oh, wait, I had to go through after. Whoops. Okay, this time for sure.
Focus.
3, 2, 1, go.
Woo!
Oh, Mr. Chai, you have quite a view of the exhibit.
Cinnamon, why are you the only one enjoying this?
It's exciting and educational.
A notice to all employees. The rumors about the demise of department heads has been greatly exaggerated. I just want to let everyone know we're all in tip-top shape to rebrand our lineup of executives.
Found you.
Okay, these fire guys kick my ass. They go like...
Light 'em up!
We gotta blast them.
Last down, Ty.
Oh, see? No! Stop! What did I even do there?
Whoop. Let's go.
No! I thought I blocked that. Wait, get him up! All right. Nice. Okay. Getting back into it. Chat, we're getting back into it. Bookabus. Bookabus. Gimme. Ba, ba. Ba, ba, ba. Hello.
Switch it up! No problem, little guy.
Don't forget to thank your brand manager.
It didn't even break the armor, it just knocked him. What? No, go. What? Oh, it's left button. Haha. Fuck, I'm bad. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Dude, you fall so quickly. I'm so bad. It's over.
Why do they put me up where I'm afraid of heights? Also, why did they even program me to be afraid of heights?
That's true.
None of this makes sense.
Wait, whoop! See, I didn't fall to my death that time, chat.
Try this out!
Go get him, Shy.
Oh, fuck. I parried! Oh, I can't parry that! Woo! I'm so good.
Caught him, Ty.
Oh, shit.
Ty, I don't think that platform's gonna hold.
Whoa! Whoa! That's cool. What the fuck?
No problem, guy. Get him, Macaron. All eyes on him.
Hey. Ah! No! Holy shit. Okay. Good game.
Don't worry about me.
I keep forgetting I can't parry that. Woo! You see how far you fucking knock them out?
Here we go.
Need help?
Hey.
Ty, I don't think that platform's gonna hold.
Woo!
Go get him, Shy.
Good.
Light him up.
Gotta get it. Whoa!
All right.
Yes! Yeah! Woo! Asps! Pretty
An
good.
exhibit destroyed. Great. Let's burn this whole place down.
Peppermint, you okay? You seem more annoyed than usual.
Nothing. It's
Tsundere.
stupid. Let's just get out of here.
Tsundere.
Just look at it. Quite the spectacle. Should really get this place checked out. Someone may get hurt. But sometimes I think someone should get hurt. Only way to spark some change. No one wants to make the first move. They only take the first steps when it's too late. Why do we do this to ourselves? It's a vicious cycle. And I'm supposed to be the resource to help people? Ha! I only clean up the mess. And what a mess this one is.
We avoided perilous injury.
Should be thankful. Or maybe I should have felt some pain. Maybe it would have helped me to try to help. Well, there's always another day.
I've never played Evil Within. Who's this fucking nerd? This robot has hair and a mustache.
Another one.
As time crept forward, Roxanne Vandelay saw it fit to retire and pass along the company to a new visionary. Cale, her only child, was the obvious choice. He was as smart, if not smarter, than his brilliant mother. And oh, look at that hair!
What? That's just a lie.
Miss Peppermint, you are more frustrated than dealing with Mr. Jai.
Today, Cale's dear mother lives in peace and quiet, enjoying her retirement, knowing the company is in great hands.
He forced her out.
Dun, dun, dun.
Ugh, you're just as annoying as Cale's been saying.
Shut it!
Never!
Vosh, does that RoboCop give you accessionistionist vibes, or is that just me? I think that is just you, whatever you just said.
Mimosa's just throwing whatever she has at you. Well, I'm sure it's exciting to watch.
Indeed, it is.
Ah, there. All right, first try.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
Yes! Whoa! Okay, not first try. Okay, first try on the engine, not on the platforming.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
So good.
Peppermint, come on!
Let's go.
So good. Ooh. Somebody in chat earlier said this game doesn't look very smooth to play. I hope it feels better. This game is extremely smooth. I'm just cursed with white boy syndrome, and this is a rhythm game.
My sleeves.
Will I fight
Some
enemies here?
pests just don't want to go away.
Show's over, Mimosa.
Oh, I doubt that. I haven't even hit the stage. Too bad you won't be able to catch the performance of a lifetime. But at least you'll get a light show.
I get it, because they're fire. Whoa! Oh! I was doing so good!
Corsica, it's me!
Oh! Oh, fuck. Yeah! Yeah! No! No! Stop! Oh boy. Ah! Woo! Where's the next lighting? Ah! Woo! Oh my god! How is he so good? Oh fuck. Yeah! Oh my god. Oh.
Easy. Whoops.
What is this? Baited me! Oh my god! I'm so good! Abs! Oh my god, I nailed all of the parry combos. Perfect on every hit. Oh, unstoppable!
You're almost there, Chai.
Thank you.
Just open the door for us in the next room.
Mine. Anything else worthwhile in here? This game is better than TOTK Pepe. Why are you pepping? This game is better than Tears of the Kingdom, 100%. Easily. Hi. Oh, nice shot.
Okay, I think the place is clear.
Kale took Vandalay Technologies into the next era with his vision for the future. Project Armstrong. He single-handedly developed the robotic limb system, taking the world's biggest technological empire directly into our hearts and minds.
You liar. That's not what happened.
Mad.
Peppermint?
This is bad rhetoric, see?
I feel your pain. The exhibition was not all I hoped for either.
She did all the hard work. You stole it.
Why do I feel more out of the loop than usual?
I wanted to be my own person. I
No
ran
way.
away from my family when
She's
I
related to Vandalay? That's
I
crazy.
didn't know it would lead to this.
Peppermint, what's wrong?
Kale didn't develop all that technology. I know this because this leg, my mom made it for me.
Your mom has a competing robotic limb company.
No, Chai. My mom is Roxanne Vandalay.
What?
Which makes Kale
She had you that old, huh?
My brother.
Now this makes a lot more sense.
He's always taken advantage of people, but
I thought Kale was her dad.
think
Kale
he'd
looks
take
way
things this
older than
far.
she does.
I know what you probably think. You think...
Who cares? Did you think we wouldn't talk to you anymore? We got this far because of you. We're all here because of you.
Yeah.
Tsundere.
And I'm here fighting because of what you found.
This is the Dere
and
part.
what you're trying to stop.
Not to mention, Mr. Chai is the one in the most danger.
Chai's rizzing
Well,
her.
yeah,
It's
there's
working.
That, but that's like secondary.
Oh, he's working. It's working.
Your brother doesn't define who you are.
And this doesn't change.
The Tard
anything.
Riz.
Really?
Riz
It only
Tard.
gives us a stronger reason to fight. As friends.
Chai, that was beautiful, mate.
He's in awe.
So, you want to go crash a party?
He's in. He's in, boys.
I'd like that. You know, I really wanted to say that crashing the party line since we got here. But it's okay. You can have it.
All right.
Chai fist bumps everyone, including people he's macking on. It's just his default way of expressing affection. White boy summer? I think Chai is Asian. I mean, he's ambiguous. I don't know. Hey, we only died twice this chapter for a B rank. That's pretty good. That's all A's and B's. Yeah. That's okay.
We're here.
Okay. What am I supposed to do?
Chai, do your thing and get up to the backstage area.
Her performance time is moments away.
You're gonna have to hustle.
That path should lead you right to Mimosa's dressing room.
Good old Chai sneak attack.
I hope it actually works
Then
this
you
time.
kill her.
Hey, give it another chance.
Surprise her, and you'll get the upper hand.
But you've got to move.
I'll see you at the show. We'll take her down. Together.
Yeah.
Here I come.
That was so
Just follow
cute.
that hallway and you'll be at her dressing room.
The custom animation being launched in so hard that he rebounded off the fucking wall. That was so cute. Also, this song slaps, dude. Holy shit. Oh. Yeah, time to be stealthy.
We weren't able to stop the intruders in the museum.
I am not putting my performance at risk. I am going on now!
But miss, the children's choir.
Ah, put them in the DJ tent. I don't care.
There goes our ambush plan.
Yep, I'll just have to do what I
Oh,
always
we have a
do.
different sound to our guitar.
Improvise.
We have like that, the like whining chord now. I've seen playthroughs where you can change your outfit. Oh, I didn't know that. Do you think we can put Peppermint in like a bunny girl outfit? Or like Corsica? I like Corsica more, I think. I like her accent. I like that she's tall. Hold up. Harmonic beam. Sure, why not? Love me some combos. Press a swim mash. We need a Corsica combo, right? Cause we're poly. Look at the teamwork. Yeah, we'll get the beat hit combo. We should have it anyway. And let's get a chip upgrade. So we have level 3 parry health. No, level 2. Now it's level 3. Okay. Additional chip slots. 65,000! Woo! Okay. Alright. Jesus. Okay. We can only get a 1-pointer. Let's see. Parry charge? Ah, fuck it. I want to go like full parry king here. I want parry king. I'm a parry king. Fuck, I keep hitting B. Nice, Alex. Nice, okay. Let's do it. I bet this will go just as planned.
All right, backup plan. Where
Sake, why do you ask for TTS every time we play this game, even though it's been answered every time?
Where's left shark? I can't find left shark.
Left shark?
There he is! Get him on stage now!
What?
It's a long way to the stage. You better run, shark! Miss your cue, and you are dead.
We made it backstage, Chai.
I don't know this reference.
I'm on my way to the stage, dressed as a shark. Ask me anything.
Please hurry. Mimosa's on stage now.
Wait, there was stuff up
There's
there.
no time to be subtle about it, Chai. Just go at her.
With this costume, I don't think subtle is an option. Just think of an exit plan.
Leave it to us.
Wait, I want it to stop. Katy Perry did a Super Bowl halftime with 2 shark dancers. The left one was not in sync. All right. Oh.
What a delicious evening.
I hate her.
As the face of Vandalay Technologies, I just want to thank you for being a part of Project Armstrong. Everyone, put your hands in the air! Thank you so much. This is so on brand, it's amazing. You're gonna be great out there.
Gotta go.
Look at her, timing it up.
You gotta get up to the stage.
Almost there.
Yeah, I just have to get every collectible on the way. Have you... You know who I am?
Let's do this.
Huh? Am I not meant to be here?
You're mine, Mimosa.
Wait for your cue, shark.
Give us your Spectra password.
You ruined... Actually, you're all in store for a very special engagement. One of my good friends is here. I am the queen
Killer.
of spin, and this is my show. Assistants! And you out there, get ready for a show.
It's like we're playing Paper Mario. Ah, that looks cool as hell.
How about this?
What does it mean?
Her dress is protecting her. You won't be able to directly damage her.
You'll have to stun her to even have a chance.
This dress is a part of me. You'll never. Stop it right now. That's my dress you're scratching. How about this? It's showtime.
Yep. Wait. Wait. Woo!
Now, Ty.
Do as much damage as you can before her dress comes back online.
You won't get away with that.
That wasn't much damage.
Her dress is back at full power.
Call me in and keep at her. Don't give her time to recharge.
Woo!
It's showtime.
Woo!
How about this?
She gives you so little time. Will this work? It works! Yes!
Oh, this is entertaining. Let's raise the stakes.
Use course code stun.
turn
Stop!
down
Stop
the
spoiling! What the fuck? Mods! What? What?
How about this?
Ah, I couldn't parry. I probably can. Oh, she turned!
Stop it right now! That's my dress you're stretching!
What the fuck did that even say? What? Don't do it!
The music. Our very own Vandalay side story.
I see.
Impossible!
Us working together.
You won't get away with that. Stop it right now! That's my dress you're stretching!
What you got? You got this?
Get out of our way.
God damn it.
Open your ears! For sabers in the dark!
Where? What? Not that.
How about this?
Back at full power.
What? Oh.
All eyes on me, Mimosa.
This crowd's in the palm of my hand. And they want to see a real performance.
Hey, I'm low on health,
Let's
okay?
see who they're here for.
What?
Take that, Mimosa.
Yeah, I've played Guitar Hero, okay? This is like fucking Scott Pilgrim.
No one takes my limelight and lives to tell about it.
What?
The crowd is here for me.
What? What does this mean? I'm gonna die. Should I not jump? No jumping. Okay. No.
You aren't even open acting to.
That's not true. I don't. They just fucking introduce shit, man. Thank God for mid-boss checkpoints.
No one takes my limelight and lives to tell about it.
Do the thing.
The crowd is here for me.
Go.
Go get him, Shy.
Wrong one. Whoa. Whoa. Fuck.
Try this out.
Fuck.
Lay off the little car.
You little runt. Erase that from the live feed.
Erase that from the live feed. Me after I say a slur in stream.
This dress is a part of me. You'll never. You little runt. You won't get away with that.
What?
Now this is a festival.
What? What does this mean? What does it mean?
This dress is a part of me. You'll never. The crowd is
I'm
here
doing
for
no
me.
damage to her. Holy shit.
The crowd is here for me.
Oh, it fucking, they hit you to the tune that she sings. Oh my God.
That's the power.
I don't know
of
what's
my-
hitting me.
Bye-bye.
Oh my
Mimosa
God.
steals the show in epic showdown.
I can't hear her well enough. Oh, fuck.
No one takes my limelight and lives to tell about it.
All right, first try. Let's go.
The crowd is here for me.
Take this, Mimosa.
Stop.
You got this, Max. Lay off the little car.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop. God damn it.
You little runt. Erase that from the live feed.
Oh.
This dress is a part of me. You'll never. Stop it right
Nice.
now. That's my dress you're scratching.
That sucked. That work? Ow.
That's the power
What?
of my blood.
What is it? I doubt.
The crowd is here for me.
Ah! What?
Stop it right now. That's my dress you're scratching.
What? Stop. What the fuck? That's okay. He was into that.
No one saw that.
I'm getting bodied by this.
Here for me.
Oh.
That's the power of my grift.
Okay, so did it.
The crowd is here for me. Bye-bye.
I'm so fucking dead, man. What? Ah, shit. Wait. Nope. Wait, those two hit you at once? Oh my god. Holy shit. Why didn't I bring a gun?
No one takes my limelight. The crowd is here for me. Back at full power.
All right, first try. Let's go.
Come on. Need help?
Lay off the little car.
Try this out.
Lay off the little car.
What?
You little rump. Erase that from the live feed.
Okay, that specific combo doesn't really hit her when she's lying down.
This dress is a part of me. You'll never be.
Ow.
Stop it right now. That's my dress you're scratching.
Woo! I gotta stop doing that combo. It takes too long.
The crowd is here for me.
Not looking good.
No, it's fine.
The crowd is here for me.
Woo!
Stop it right now. That's my dress you're scratching. The crowd is here for me.
Oh boy.
Try this out.
You picked the wrong fight.
Ah, only one jump. Only one jump. I'm fucked again. Wait, no, wrong guy.
Hey, is the old one too.
You little rump.
No, please. What? Oh! Ah! Yeah!
The crowd is here for me.
Oh! One hit!
The crowd is here for me.
Ah! 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 No way! No way!
Let me slap some senses.
No! She's gonna slap me down! No! Can I not parry that? Is that like a grab attack in fighting games? Like I can't parry that? We're getting better. I really like this song.
The
smack.
Lay off the little car.
Lay off the little car.
You little rump!
Back her up! Back him!
Ready for this?
You won't get away with that. This dress is a part of me. You'll never take it down. Now this is a festival.
Okay, it's the piano for the laser. No!
The crowd is here for me.
No!
This dress is a part of me. You'll never take it down. That's the power of my Let me slap some sense into
Stop! I don't know how to predict that. Can I parry that? I don't.
Try this out.
Lay off the little car.
Gotta go.
Stop it right now!
No!
That's my dress you're thrashing!
Woo!
The crowd is here for me! The crowd is here for me!
Don't. Got her!
No problem, guys.
No, I was too late!
The crowd is here for me!
Get him, Macaron.
Get him!
Time.
Hoop, 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 hoop.
Take this, Mimosa!
I might have been able to get that. Hoop,
Back in full power!
hoop, hoop.
Try this out.
Lay off the little car.
Die! One more!
The crowd is here for me!
I'm just gonna get her! Get her! Yes! Ah! I got hit there. This was a sick fight. I would love to do this on the harder difficulty.
Some things you just can't spin.
Kill her. Murder! Yep, we killed her. That fight was really good. I was flubbing the whole thing because it was pretty difficult, but like that was really good.
I could get used to this.
Just murdered her and they're all like,
yeah. Think it might be time to get out of here.
Everything ready?
Electricity is rerouted.
God, Korska is so fucking hot. You didn't use the mechanic specifically designed for the fight? What mechanic?
Turn on the lights. Find them.
Korska? What about Korska?
Shut the campus down.
Which section, sir?
All of them!
Corsica does more stun damage. Oh, that's right. Corsica makes it easier to stun. Wait, does that make me cooler for having beaten it?
Now Corsica's with them. I'm surrounded by idiots.
Without the stun?
Well, technically, it's just you and me now.
Yes? Okay.
Shut it, Roquefort.
Kale, I prioritize shielding the tower, reallocated the budget so not a
The fuck is this guy?
will get in.
What do you know about security? You're just a number cruncher.
You don't want to upset me, Kale.
Why not? I want to see just how angry you can get if those punks make it in here.
If it comes to that, I'll take care of it. Now, might I suggest pushing plans forward?
After I get a coffee.
We shut down the cafe.
When I said close the campus down, I didn't mean the cafe!
You said close down everything.
But not coffee, Roquefort, not coffee. You always need coffee for things like this. Open the cafe.
And Spectre.
You not just have a coffee maker?
We're going to have to accelerate the plans. Settle this like family.
C's get degrees, boys. Okay, I really did not... What's her name, Roxanne? I really did not care
gang,
for Roxanne.
We're still missing 2 passwords. Kale's and finance guy.
Can I pause?
What's his name?
I can't pause.
Roquefort.
Hold on.
Roquefort.
They're both in Vandalay Tower, and almost all security robots on the island have formed a ring around the building.
That's true.
How do you know that?
I got an email. Apparently no one's removed me from the management mailing list yet.
And even an ego as big as yours can't overpower that kind of security, Mr. Chai.
If Chai can't take them, we don't have artillery heavy enough to breach a ring like that. Oh no.
Heavy artillery.
Why are you suspiciously repeating those words?
I think I may have a plan.
Chai plan. Chai plan. Okay. I was going to say, fuck, what was I going to say? Oh, I didn't really like Roxanne's design, like, at all. I thought it was by far the weakest design of all the people we've seen. But she was serving, like, mega cunt up there on stage. Like, it all came together with the dress splaying out like wings and her walk, like, strutting around, you know? I mean, Mimosa? Well, I asked Roxanne and nobody disagreed with what I said. Fine, Mimosa, yeah. Roxanne's the mom? Okay, yeah, Mimosa. I asked to clarify the name and someone was like, oh, Roxanne? Okay. Okay, well, engage with what I've said now that we understand the mix-up. I wasn't that taken by Mimosa's design until I saw her on stage. She looked great on stage.
Good to see you again, Mr. Chai.
Nice work setting up our escape plan at the show.
Oh, I merely flipped the switch. Your showdown with Mimosa was much more work.
You can say that again. We put on a good show.
Favorite boss fight? Corsica.
Project Armstrong Festival for the ages.
You didn't happen to get a video of it, you know, for remembering the good times?
Of course not. I live in the moment.
The Corsica boss fight was, like, unironically a masterpiece. A boss fight where you're not trying to kill them, but you want to convince them to join your side, so you just parry and, like, you're slowly circling around. And meanwhile, like, you're, like, talking with her and with your party mates and the whole thing. And the whole thing's to the fucking beat, and, like, the stage is pulsing like a speaker drum. Oh my god. The Corsica boss fight, I have never seen another game do a boss fight like that, and it was so fucking good.
Cinnamon, I gotta know. Did you realize Peppermint was related to Roxanne Vandalay?
Of course. Wasn't it obvious?
We're not all psych robots, dude.
Regardless, it was clearly a private matter she held close. It was not my business to tell.
That's very considerate of you.
Of course it is. Just as I do not tell everyone here your darkest secrets.
I did the fight, Fury. I mean, also Peppermint and Kale are both, like, the same tone of brown skin with white hair. I don't know, do you think we'll ever move past everyone agreeing that dark skin, light hair, or, like, white hair is peak character design? I feel like ever since Bastion, I've seen it in like every other fucking game, and it's always good. It's kind of fucked up, honestly, that it's kind of fucked up how good white hair, dark skin looks, considering the fact that it's not actually something that happens until you get like old enough for your hair to white. I think that white hair should be one of the hair colors that humans can have, like by default, you know? I don't care about any anime colors like fucking pink or blue or whatever. But I think that white hair should just be a thing that people can have, you know? Albinos? I guess albinos, yeah. But, you know, obviously that's kind of like a specific... Hi.
So, how does it feel to take down one of your old co-workers?
Mimosa. Honestly, I'm not dwelling on it.
Can see you two weren't the type to hang out after work.
Or be friendly, or even talk.
Yikes.
Yeah, Kale was the only one on her radar, but even that was second to her public image. Granted, if you wanted the world to know what you were up to, Mimosa was #1 for that.
Well, now she's numbered.
I don't think that's necessarily true, Koshiko.
Is that
Seems
with you in
pretty
these jokes?
distributed.
They're honestly terrible.
She likes us.
You doing okay? You look more worried than usual.
For the first time in a while, I don't know what to do. But even worse than that, you seem to, which is a little frightening.
She likes us.
It's because you're too tactical.
Uh-oh.
You think inside the box.
Oh, believe me, I've approached this from multiple angles.
Well, I'm so far outside the box, there's like no box. Just some sort of spherical thing.
Like a sphere?
No, it's even more abstract than that.
Okay, this conversation isn't instilling any confidence, so just let us know when you have your plan figured out.
You could hear her smiling in that line. He's in. Chai, you're in. Hey.
Hey, Peppermint. I guess we can finally talk, if you want to, about you, Kale, your family.
The long story is maybe for
Restart
another
reporting
day,
for
but
duty.
I think I took my mom's push for me to be someone better a bit too personally. I left home, wanted to do things my own way. But looking back, she probably only wanted the best for me.
You said she made your robotic leg.
I lost it in an accident when I was younger. She made it by hand. I tinkered with it a bit, but it's still pretty much how she designed it.
Sounds like Project Armstrong.
Technically, it was. I know that after she realized what technology
Wait, I thought
can
she had
do in
two
this
robotic
case,
legs.
She started up a unit within Vandalay to develop prototypes. And Kale is just rewriting that history. It's unforgivable.
Well, he's got more than just you angry at him. We've got your back.
Yeah, I see now that it's just a knee pad.
Appreciate that, Chai.
I thought it was she was missing both legs below the knee, and then for her right leg she had the metal sleeve that goes over her thigh, and then for her left leg she just had like a more stark, like knee down metal leg that she had put a stocking over for aesthetics.
Ooh, I can't wait to see your face when you hear my plan.
I'm more worried than
Yeah, she has
anything.
really
If I had
skinny
time,
ankles.
I'd curate a montage of your plans that have gone terribly.
Terribly amazing?
No, just terribly. Granted, you find a way to get yourself out of them, so I can't complain too much.
That's because it's all going according to plan.
You specifically say you are improvising when you do stuff like that. That's the opposite of a plan.
The unplanned plan. That's the ultimate plan.
We're in. I gotta say, I do like the design. It's very slutty. The torn thigh-high stocking held up by a strap that connects to your infinitely short jean shorts. That's very good, you know? Stop looking at her legs? No.
What's going on, Chai?
Stop sweating? Okay.
Macaron, I can feel your tense.
How can I not be, Chai? Security's on lockdown, everyone's looking for us, and I don't know what to do.
But I know what to do.
Well then, don't keep us waiting. I'm getting anxious.
You're always anxious. What do I need to do to calm you down?
Oh, sorry, Chai. It's a bad habit. If anyone can get us through this, it's you.
Aw, always can count on you for the vote of confidence. Seems like Roquefort and Zanzo had a rough relationship. Any inside info?
All I know are the arguments. R&D wants money to create, finance wants it done cheaper.
Ah, I will pretend I know how to manage money.
But creating things that are good, it's not a science. It cannot be calculated. Roxanne understood
Calculated.
that. She knew things took time and made sure we had what we needed. But Roquefort, it was all about the contribution. I mean, I knew that's how business works, but I thought we were more than that.
Seems like that won't change until he's gone. So let's stay focused.
Yeah, it's kind of odd in Gauge the Nozzle.
How can I not?
Didn't mean to. I guess it's probably like development time kind of thing, or which systems got more priority.
You and I were the star of the show back
That's true.
Everyone's starting to look at me like I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, people respect you. As they fucking should, because they're all a bunch of nerds, and you've, like, torn your way through 3 armies of... You've destroyed, like, half of NATO worth of ultra-powered robots. Single-handedly, as a dipshit, college-age guy. They should all respect you. You were born for combat.
All right, here we go.
Huh?
A plan.
What?
I needed to come up with a plan.
What?
Breaking through all of security? Not on our schedule. I needed to get around it. Or in this case, over it.
Look at the way he's sitting. He's so cute.
How about next time we shoot you out of a cannon right to where we need to go?
Of course not, Fierl.
Peppermint knew it all along. Those fireworks from the festival had to get launched somehow. Turns out it was from on top of the QA center in production. But now it was time for us to use it, shooting me into Vandalay Tower and right into Roquefort's office. The plan was airtight.
It was irresponsibly dangerous.
Statistically, the least likely to succeed.
It was supposed to be sarcastic.
Put him in the Shinji chair.
But he had so much heart. We just couldn't say no.
With the team in agreement, I snuck through production in the night.
I wish more exposition could be delivered in formats such as these. The world would be a better place.
Woo! What a wild battle! I wish you could have seen it.
I can't believe you survived that.
That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, let's never mention this again. But hey, I'm here now.
Anyway, Chai, I need you to sync 808 to the cannon.
Once I have access, I can recalculate the trajectory here.
Huh? Oh.
We're in. Cinnamon, buddy, you calibrate the coordinates.
Chai, just got an email. You know you're there. Wow, it should really take me off the security alerts.
Cinnamon, how long for the cannon prep?
My apologies, Mr. Chai, but I need a moment.
I'll give you 2 moments.
More? Give me more. I want more. Oh, I want more. Akas.
My preparations for the cannon have completed. Now to begin the careful adjustments.
Is that the fastest you can go?
Mr. Jai, precision is paramount. I made a helpful visual guide to let you know my progress. Oh, there it is. I hope you like my design.
Stop the cannon! Todd, don't let them break it.
That would be worse than breaking my concentration.
Cinnamon, you're picking up the worst habits.
Stop! Stop hitting the cannon. Stop hitting it. Stop!
Try. The enemies are damaging the
Stop!
cannon.
No, I'm asking them.
And I even made those helpful icons to tell you which ones.
I'm asking them.
Here we go. All eyes on you.
All right.
Stop!
Cinnamon's almost done. Just take out any security left.
I did.
All right.
Sass?
Let's finish this up.
Sass!
Cinnamon, it's stuck at 99%. What's going on?
How odd. My signal is cut off. Might something be interfering with it?
Cool. Oh, this fucking guy.
I think I found the interference.
Fantastic, Mr. Jai.
No, not fantastic.
You got this, Chai. Wreck that thing, and Cinnamon's in the clear.
Oh, no! Good. Yep.
We'll need to bring it down to the ground when they shoot out the flames.
That's where I come in.
Woo! Oh, doing a thing. What? Nice. Pass.
My access has returned, with only moderate suffering from Mr. Jai.
Well, the final
The cannon is
1%.
angled right at Roquefort's office. Only the payload is required.
Just call me Palo. This is the greatest plan ever.
This is the dumbest plan ever. Let's hope this works.
He's fine.
Gang? What's that?
Oh my, that was not in my calculations. Good news, he'll still hit the tower. Just not exactly where we planned.
Really? The transitions between 2D and 3D are so well done.
I'm in. I hope no one noticed.
Why are they eating?
Get him!
Crap.
Okay.
You got this out.
Yeah! I'm getting good at parrying, I think. Yep.
All right.
Roper, clean up this mess.
Did I ever do the Tears of the Kingdom review? Nah, but I can do it at the end of stream today. Go away! Stop! No! Stop! You! Stop! Stop! Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. I started floundering that really hard towards the end. Sass? Sass!
Nope.
Why can't you do that in normal gameplay?
Ready?
What?
No one messes with Vandalay cuisine.
Samurai. What? Oh my god, he did the move! He teleported! Oh. Prepare. What? Oh! Big one? Big one. Good night!
I look so cool doing
That is true.
Get in there and eat this kid for lunch.
Oh! Woo! Woo! Oh my god! How does he do it?
All right.
Okay, I fucking destroyed that bit back there. Asps.
Okay, that was rough. Even for me.
Nah, I was good. I was good.
Macaron passed out, but he's on his feet again.
Chai, you're doing it. The tower is unguarded. We're headed your way.
Chai, Roquefort's office is a couple floors above you. Get up there and kick his ass.
Rockford here. Shut this place down. Protect finance at all costs. I see costs.
I don't know anything about this guy. He doesn't look like an anime character like everyone else. Hey, man.
Oh my, it's been quite a while, but I can tell you are quite a predicament.
Did you just sacrifice yourself for my escape?
Unfortunately not. I was merely on the way to get lunch.
Oh, well, still thanks.
Always glad to be helpful.
Macaron! Sock him! Better roll up my sleeve.
You're not going anywhere.
Roquefort's claim is false. There is a route below you.
Let's say hypothetically you claimed that I am not going anywhere, and then a path appeared directly below me, giving me a place to go. Now, logically, what one might conclude after seeing this to be the case is that I am in fact going somewhere, that somewhere being down.
Keep it up, Chai.
Oh, there was a thingy.
Keep it up, Chai.
Hi.
Just focus.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'm so good at video games. I'm so good at video games. Dude, this beat. Oh. Dude, I'm so good at video games.
Your turn, Peppermint! Peppermint!
Let's go!
Don't. Fuck. Dude, I'm so good at video games.
Oi!
Oi!
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh shit, the bass. What the fuck?
Ow, 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 ow!
Incoming, Chai!
Sonic! Oh. Okay.
Let me at those shields, Chai.
Huh? Hey! Sonic!
Try this out!
No problem, Chai.
What the fuck?
Get him, Macaron!
Macaron, hit the enemy! Hit right here.
Cold?
Thank you. Thank you. Get his ass!
It's guarding everything!
I can put a stop to that.
What? What? Wait.
Here we go!
Ready for this?
What does that mean? What? Oh, I can destroy them? Okay, you go.
It's me.
Woo!
Those arms are blocking everything. Wait for it to put its guard down.
What does this do? Oh, is he gonna throw it? Ah, mistimed. Yes! So this thing,
Please tell me I'm close.
can be
Kinda?
dealt with by
Looks
any
like
of
it's
the
across
allies.
From an atrium you're coming up to?
If you find any shortcuts before I do, let me know, okay?
How's chat doing? Very sass level? Yeah, for sure. Wonder how close I am to the end. I'm probably between half and 2/3 done. I'm going to replay this game off stream when I'm done. I'll play it on the hardest difficulty. Yes, thank you for shutting down Vosh V. I really appreciate that. I always hated that sub. Just stream while playing? No, I can't because I want to... I literally can't. Because I want to play with the original soundtrack. This game is so cool because it's a music game and they made a whole custom original soundtrack. For streamers, so they don't get copyrighted for the licensed music, and I want to listen to the licensed stuff to see how good it is. Listen, my last experience with licensed music was the fucking Mario movie, which was dog shit, and I want some good licensed music incorporation. Maybe we should try a new special attack. I don't know. Is there like a really bombastic one? Steal the show. Adorable. Hollow Chai. Stupid. Twin assault with Corsica. Do you think it's time? Do you think it's time to bring the waifu in on the, It's time. This means we get to do it more often, too, because the current one we're using takes, 4 slots. You can have 2 with an upgrade? Yeah, I don't really use it that much, though. What about Overdrive Slash? Listen, women come first, okay? Unless they're having sex with me, in which case they don't come at all. Ha! Sexism funny? Well, I think in that case it was a joke about me being, like, sexually incompetent. I don't know if that would read to most people as a joke about women more so than a joke about me. My pleasure, Holic Master. Gravity well. Ah, it holds him down for a bit. God damn. I'll save my money for now. I don't think I'm, like, lacking in power or anything. I don't feel, under-equipped. Also, this fucking chiptune shit, man. Am I playing Shovel Knight right now?
technology. Vandalay.
Yeah, I think I found the atrium.
Look up to the left.
Yep, I see it.
Rotfert's office is right on that balcony.
Oh, dope. I got this.
Now Bosch is a chaser and an ally. I'm not a fucking chaser. Oh my god. First of all, I am not an ally. And second of all, I'm not a chaser.
For all units entering rooms, please use the doors available. Destroyed walls are very expensive to replace.
Never beating the ally allegations? True. The allegations. Graffiti? Did I miss graffiti? Oh. I didn't even register that. Hi.
3, 2, 1, go!
He's fucking dead! Me. Dude, there was a ton of shit hidden over here. It's weird how sexual that chess minigame is, TBH. Oh, this is for, like, top secret difficulty. I actually like... I mean, this is a pretty sexual game. There's stuff that this game does to, like, differentiate it from, like, cartoony kids' Saturday morning cartoon stuff. The character designs, the fridge, it, like, acts, like, horny and creepy. There's, like, an undercurrent that's just meant to, like, lightly tint the game with a this isn't a Saturday morning kids cartoon show kind of thing. And it's stuff like the little box, you know? There's literally a bit where the gag is a Hagao. Has that happened yet? Hi. Oh. Down we go.
No one panic. Mr. Chai has assured us he has, quote, got this, end quote.
Just brush it off. You're almost there.
Compliment! Your turn.
Help?
Stop. Stop. I want to do the thing. You have to get out. Okay. Yeah! Woo! Woo! Sass? Hey, 83% timing. I don't normally get it that high. I was really trying that fight. Oh, was it 2D Siggy? Ah. Oh. Secretaries. 88% just timing. But I feel like I hit that perfectly. Man, this game is tough. I thought we were about to beat the shit out of the secretary. Yeah, we get up here and the fucking fight UI turns on. Like, it's like you're fucking going postal and you enter your workplace. You see coworkers and the fucking, like, health and ammo bars start appearing.
You join this 808?
All units in the atrium, do whatever you need to do. I'll expense it.
Hey, stop missing the things.
Keep going, Chai. First, I was gonna do that anyway. Second, I can make my own decisions, Corsica. I am an adult.
Says a guy who shot himself out of a cannon.
Hey, it works. Kinda.
It was a good plan. Anyone else agree it was a good plan? Any agreeers in chat? Any chai heads? Good plan. Yeah, good plan. Got his ass. Words, nerds. Nice. More health.
We apologize for the explosions and inconvenience. Please try to focus on your work.
How's chat feeling today?
Gotta roll up my sleeves.
One angry pagan, what the fuck? Guys, one angry pagan who's already on the shit list for being a pagan and not a devotee of Christ says fuck Chai. Excellent! I haven't seen Across the Spider-Verse. I'm planning to see it this week. I don't get out to theaters that often. I'm excited to see it, though. I rewatched the first one with Kanye the other night. Kanye actually hadn't seen the first one before.
Finally, I'm here. Corsica, don't worry about me.
Whoa, wrong target.
Here we go.
What? Haha, fuck that. I don't know what's going on with these guys, man. No! More. Stop!
Oh, come on! Okay, you are going down. Corsica,
I don't know if I can parry that. Hell yes. Asps.
All right, problem solved. Now to get back up.
Yeah, I heard the sound mixing was fucked for the original release. Does anyone else feel like every sound mixer in Hollywood has been sniffing glue for years now? Like, is there like a workplace requirement that in order to be a sound mixer, you have to demonstrate that like that you have like your award of the state or something?
Get him, Macaron! Got him, Ty. Take this, statue tail.
Billions dead down there. Sound mixing is hard. I'm not saying sound mixing is easy, it's just that I feel like oftentimes sound mixers make mistakes that are really fucking obvious. It makes me think that it's like executives meddling or something, I don't know. Because I'm not talking about like little fuck-ups, I'm talking like shit is inaudible, you know? Or like, yeah, the music swells so much you legitimately can't hear dialogue. They don't have subtitles in theaters. I mean, you know, not for like when they're speaking English. Wasn't there a battery here? Oh, sorry, I thought I remembered there being a battery somewhere over there. That makes up Sidus, yeah. Generally speaking, if a media project goes wrong, movie, video game, whatever, it's usually a safe bet that it was someone in finance who did it, you know? Producers or the you know, publishing company or whatever else. Not always, of course, but that's generally like a safe place to look first. I kind of want to just get an item. Oh, is that it? That's all the life gauges? Okay. Oh man, doesn't he look just like the governor in Promare right there? What boomer shit is that? What the fuck do you mean? Promare came out in like 2019.
Phone? This is new.
Pick it up?
Hello?
You sure made an entrance, lad.
If it come for me, I'd walk away.
You trying to make a deal? Come on, man.
Do you think I'll let you spoil our plan? Leave profits on the table?
This isn't about money.
It always is. You get in our way, you'll see red.
Okay, can we...
He's just letting us in?
This guy looks like a total pushover.
That's true, he kind of
I
does.
don't know, Chai. Roquefort had a bad rep around the office. Something about a wolf in sheep's clothes.
Keep that confidence in check, Chai.
In my opinion, the best guy who's like, I'm the money guy, I'm the money anime guy, look at my money powers, has to be that dude from Kill la Kill. I think he hammed it up the best, personally. Lex Luthor? No, Lex Luthor is just a rich guy. I'm talking about, like, anime dude whose thing is that he is money, you know? I fucking love the bass pedal, dude. I feel like if there was just, like, a constant bass pedal drum line playing in my life, I would be so much more productive. If I, like, woke up and could hear it, like it's fucking Birdman or something, like I've got a band following me, and they're just, like, playing some, like, rumbling low bass beat or something, I feel like I'd bolt right out of bed. I'd be like, making myself coffee, you know? But it needs to be in my head. It can't be from, like, headphones.
Roquefort! Spectra passkey! Now!
Oh yeah, sure, take it. What do you think I am? An idiot?
Well, it was worth asking.
Ugh, you're making me angry. I was on my deathbed when Chaos saved me. I was smart, but weak. He fixed that.
Made me stupid.
Why do you want to be less smart?
This is a waste of time, and you know what time is? Money. And I am not gonna waste any more of that.
One mind.
I'm gonna waste you.
Well, tell me how it feels to underestimate someone.
What the fuck? This is Beethoven? Yeah? Oh, he's got that dog in him.
Hey, guys.
He's a fucking furry.
Confidence now, kid.
Corsica, that wolf thing was not an expression!
You wanna get to tail? You gotta get
Oh, man. Okay, this is what I mean by tinted with sexuality, okay? There are furries on the design team for this game, and this was made for furries, okay? That shot right there was not like a bunch of regular guys going, oh, yeah, what do wolves do? Wolves are hungry, so, like, they lick their lips, right? No, like, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. You're fast. You sure? What? Oh no, we're not. All right, thank you, Korska. Good teamwork. The music is really good. Oh, yeah, dude. Hey, whoa.
Hey, off!
Try this out. Roper, back off.
Okay. Now we're doing this. He's behind. Okay.
Switch it up.
God.
Don't scare off.
Get off cooldown. I'm fuck.
Sock him. Got him, Ty.
2? What are you doing? What is the?
Get him, Macaron.
Oh my god.
Stand down.
Get.
Macaron.
Thank you.
Ready for this?
Hey, off! You're only making me angry.
Is that even possible?
Jesus Christ. Ow.
Let's take this someplace a bit more secure, so we don't disturb the neighbors.
Not sexual at all, guys. There's no one. That tail. Ow. What does it mean? What does it mean? Oh, it's for fun? Okay. Oh, fuck. Watch out for the knot. The final sequence is just Chai taking it to the hilt to a fucking timing combo. Uh-oh. Big bad wolf.
Watch out, Chai.
Call me in. Let me help. You don't scare off.
Oh.
Here we go.
Yeah, dude, see? Fuck Peppermint, man. Whoa! Okay.
Let us off.
Whoa! Okay. Being hypnotized. Ow. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. What? What? Ah!
Not looking good.
No, it's fine. Can I get between the... Nope. I have trouble keeping all of it together in my head. I know there's a hole. I'm aware of it. I just, it's a patting your head, rubbing your belly kind of deal, you know? Wrong side.
Spectra. The profits would leave on the table.
The numbers are in, and you are out.
Well, that makes no sense, you idiot.
It makes sense. I got it. Purely for style points. Chai is so fucking good, man. There was no point to that. Oh shit, the Scrooge McDuck room.
I put my stock in future, and not yours, kid.
Let us off!
You're less than nothing!
Eh? What? 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 Wait, I can't parry any of these. What? I can't.
Like you even
What the fuck? This guy's unstoppable. Okay, first try.
I put my stock in future, and not yours, kid.
Okay, what does this mean? You want him to dive into the fist. That has to be it. Yep. I see now.
Let us off! Not looking good.
Hey, can you get over here?
Let us off!
No? No! Ah! I was doing pretty good there. Once I worked out what I had to do.
I put my stock in future, and not yours.
I love the music, man. I can't wait to hear this shit. Unlicensed. Fuck his knee up!
Let us off!
This is a big dick. We're gonna need 2 bottoms on it.
Let's go!
Heh. Go, 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 go!
Let us off!
I love that.
This This is our chance, Jai. Together we can go up against it.
Oh no, I mixed them up, but I got it anyway. I love the transformation animation.
You think you can win. But as long as you keep making me mad,
I'm not going anywhere. Time to cash my check by taking you out!
He's dead. That was like 1 billion pounds. That was so...
Quarter 3 earnings delivered. Please watch out for falling profits.
How? What possible physical contrivance could have led the chip to have fallen out like that?
We're here.
I guess we didn't
Oh, you should have seen it.
necessarily kill him.
We were spectating through the door. Lady Corsica suggested to let you handle it.
Cinnamon, we don't always have to repeat everything we hear.
Last on the list, Kale.
Are you ready for this, Peppermint?
I am. It ends here.
Bees get degrees.
Kale is plotting. And
Wait,
much
I don't
smarter than us.
think we have I don't think we have time to finish this whole track. I would rather do this for the final Hi-Fi Rush stream. We beating the game tonight? No, we're not beating the game tonight. Because it is 10. Yeah, I would rather you skip dialogue. Well, re-listen to it. I said I was gonna give my thoughts on Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, we'll finish the game soon. One last stream. You want to watch Vashvi go private in real time? What does going private in real time mean? Red Dark 24/7? What? Hentai Lactation has gone private. Sasha Grey has gone private. Wait, what? Get Motivated has gone private. 10 million. Oh, this is a pretty cool counter. Android Gaming, A Song of Ice and Fire, Bass. I'm finna go to hell. Made by a white person. Hey, that's us! Vash V! That's us! That's the confetti. How the fuck do we have more subs than Deus Ex? We do a little posting. Booty mashup. Belly inflation has gone private. Hell yeah. This is what collective action looks like. Probably won't change anything, but you know, we'll see. Deus Ex is like a 20-year-old game. It's a 20-year-old game. It's first of all, okay, shut up. Second of all, Deus Ex is one of the most influential games ever made. Okay, fuck you. Also, it has modern sequels. Okay, I've had a ton of fun playing Hi-Fi Rush, guys. I'm really glad that you all recommended it to me. And I look forward to finishing it with you guys soon. Nice, Coolest Blue. That seems fitting. Talk about Tears of the Kingdom, you bottom. Okay. I am going to talk about my feelings on Tears of the Kingdom. It will be full spoilers. If you do not want spoilers, then you should leave right now. Yeah, I'm just, because I'm going to talk. I don't have, like, video examples to throw up here or anything. But I spent, like, 150 hours playing it, so I might as well, you know, like, get my bad media takes on. Okay, so here's the thing. I never played Breath of the Wild. At the time it came out, I didn't have a Switch. I didn't have any money because it was before I started my stream, and I saw everyone loved it, and I watched a ton of playthroughs, analysis videos. I mean, I never played Breath of the Wild, but I feel like I played Breath of the Wild. I have memories of Breath of the Wild that are substantial enough that it makes me feel like, in my memory, like, oh yeah, this thing, you know? Of course, that's not the same as fully playing a game, so, you know, you can take from that what you will. But I have played Tears of the Kingdom. I'm trying to turn my AC off, but it keeps not listening to me. Go. Okay, it listened to me, finally. Dude! I don't know why that was so hard. I'm really glad that I didn't play Breath of the Wild, because Tears of the Kingdom is the same game. It is an expansion pack. Anyone who says otherwise is coping. So I'm going to talk about this. People say I have bad media takes, but like let's really break this down. Let's get into this, okay? I really enjoyed Tears of the Kingdom. I had a lot of fun with it. It's a deeply, deeply flawed game that I enjoyed a lot. And I'm so glad that I waited and didn't play Breath of the Wild beforehand, because I feel like that would have really like soured me on Tears of the Kingdom. I got 100% of shrines. I completed the full game, of course. I got about 350 Korok seeds. I did a lot of content in the 3 or so weeks that I was just nonstop playing Tears of the Kingdom. And the more I played it, the more I began to resent the game. And this is partially my fault and also partially the game's fault. So let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about like what the game is. So the original Zelda games were, well, I mean, the original Zelda games going back to like the NES and stuff were very different from what we play today. But the games that I grew up on playing in Zelda were Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, and I really like them. They're kind of like puzzle games, mostly. The real difficulty of those games, the things that you get stuck on, are usually the puzzles, in my experience. The games aren't really meant to be that difficult. They're mostly meant to engage you and pull you along through a succession of interesting locations and caves and secrets and dungeons. And I think they always succeeded at doing that. Majora's Mask was really experimental, and it did things very differently. But the fundamental core experience of playing Majora's Mask was pretty similar to playing Ocarina of Time. Very different games, but the core experience is what's preserved. When I talk about core experience, what I'm referring to is the fundamental nature of the relationship between you and the game that you're playing, right? So games that are very different can have the same fundamental gameplay experience, you know? Many shooters, for example, hit on the same beats. But on the other side, there are games with nearly identical mechanics that have like totally different game feels. A good example of this would be like the mechanics between traditional like boomer shooters and modern first-person shooters like military stuff, you know? Even though the fundamentals of the gameplay are almost identical in how they function, the experience of playing them is massively different due to the context, the graphics, the way the world and levels are designed, the way the enemies behave, the way you're expected to overcome them. But it's still fundamentally a shooter, right? The modern Zelda games, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, are so different from previous Zelda games that I feel like they shouldn't even be called the same thing. In Tears of the Kingdom, there is nothing of Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. The things that made me like those old games are not here. Instead, the things that I like about Tears of the Kingdom are entirely new. They're separate things that are doing their own thing. If you go into Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild looking for some kind of nuanced or intricate dungeon environment to overcome, you're an idiot or a fool, and you're going to get bamboozled. The most that this game has for dungeons or like intricate puzzle work or puzzle clockwork, environments to overcome with, try to outmaneuver and master the environment. There are like gameplay platforming gauntlets, and that's about the most it gets. It's an entirely new thing. I think the thing that people like about Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, because they are the same game fundamentally, are like the feeling of being able to explore the world and like do or see anything. And the main problem with Tears of the Kingdom is that it's terrible at this, because every part of Tears of the Kingdom is the same. You can never be surprised by anything that you experience in this game, because everything is standardized and homogenized in a way that every player will very quickly recognize and then not be shocked by again. The first time you go up to the Sky Islands past the tutorial, you know what Sky Islands are, because all Sky Islands are the same Sky Islands. In fact, many of them are literally copy-pasted around the sky. They're big, floating chunks of rock that will have the Zonai like gacha game dispense devices, a couple of shrines. Their structure and format are virtually identical to each other. Past a point when you go up to the Sky Islands, you're doing it for like completionist or busy work, reasons. It's not something novel. It fails to surprise or shock you. Likewise with exploring the overworld, where it's just literally just a large, just really, really large green expanse where bokoblins are running around. I don't know. Does anyone genuinely enjoy the feeling of exploration in these games? Like, here's the thing. Dark Souls is a game about exploration, and Dark Souls constantly made me feel like, whoa, I've stepped behind a painting and I'm experiencing something new now. Everything in Dark Souls, I'm talking about the original, not like the games broadly. Every new environment you encounter elicited in me this feeling of wonder, because there was something so new and innovative and unique about it. And then in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, it's like, well, no. You always know what you're going to see. The underground, the overworld, and the Sky Islands are all the same. You traverse the environment, and you see more of them, and sometimes the electric keys will be replaced with cold keys, but you can't really find anything that surprises you, because if there's a hole in the ground, it's a cave, and you know what caves are because you've been to 57 caves before. There will be a white frog dude in there. If it's a well, then you know what wells are and what they're like. It gets ticked off the map. This pattern of open world design, where everything is homogenized in a completionist sense, reminds me so much of the way Ubisoft makes their games. It makes me, they've done this in Diablo 4 as well, where it used to be in Diablo 2 and 3, even with some randomization, environments had like a distinct feel to them as you moved between them. They were all specifically named. I remember them. There was like the Bloodmoor and the Highland, the Arathi Highlands and blah, blah. I remember in Diablo 2, like every area would be like, oh, this area, even though its specific design is randomized a bit, is distinct enough that I feel like it has an identity. Has anyone played any of Diablo 4? That's gone. Now it's just a gigantic open world with a bunch of paths that are all just the same. You just move through them. This area is cold and this area is warm. Doesn't make much of a difference except visually. I feel like the new trend in making open world games is to build a colossal map now that consoles and computers are capable of handling it. And then they make the map and they turn to the game designers and they're like, okay, now what can you speckle across the map in an even fashion so people can open up their menu, see 3 X's completed out of 147 and want to keep playing the game. And then they just do that. It doesn't feel like anything's custom made or crafted specifically. Even unique experiences in a specific environment have to eventually be repeated. We saw this problem with Elden Ring too, right? Elden Ring had a bespoke open world with areas and environments that were distinct, even within large environments like the largely uninteresting snowfields had corners to them that were distinct and memorable. The area around the teleporter to Moog's underground palace had like the blood petals all around it, and there was that river that cut through it. I remember it distinctly, despite not even liking the area that much or even at all. But even Elden Ring ran into these issues, right? Because like the first time you beat one of those dog-faced stone sentinels, it's like, oh, that was cool. The 17th time, no. The first time you defeat one of those big, like, undulating, polluted worm things, like, that's fun. It's very fun. Even the second or third time, but the 20th time, no. The dragons. Dragons everywhere. Now, one thing that is to Elden Ring's benefit is that it doesn't have any inbuilt completionist mechanics. What I mean by that is that you never open up the menu in Elden Ring and get confronted with a thing telling you that you haven't gotten enough of, or you've only gotten so many of, some collectible. In Elden Ring, exploration is purely for fun. It's purely for enjoyment. The game doesn't push you to do it. In fact, the graces of gold will direct you towards the next story-specific area you have to go to. Hell, there's not even anything in the game that compels you to collect all of the remembrances or parts of the Elden Ring. You're not even told to get all the runes. Most players will, but you can beat the game without having defeated Radahn or without defeating Godric. You can just do that. The problem that I have with Tears of the Kingdom, the thing that really gets me, is that I have completionist brain rot. I really like completing games. I really enjoy it. All achievements if I can. Oftentimes I'll find myself doing this completionist thing beyond the point that I'm actually enjoying the game. I get kind of resentful if a game has a lot of stuff to collect and I like it enough to be interested to keep playing, but the tedium starts to wear on. Tears of the Kingdom is a deeply tedious game if you have a completionist mindset. Now, I'm of the opinion that when you're a game designer, you are largely responsible for the way players engage with your systems to the extent that you kind of direct them towards it. So, for example, if somebody has a bad time with Elden Ring because they feel a compulsion to collect every item in the game, every armor in the game, every spell in the game, every talisman in the game, and so on, like I did over the course of 500 hours, I don't hold that against From Software. Nothing in the game compelled me to do that besides my own brain damage. However, in Breath of the Wild, your loading screen shows you your collectibles, your Korok seeds, the shrines you've completed, the spirit orbs you're carrying. The map opens up, and when you have completed a significant portion of it, it is speckled with markers that beg your attention. Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are built to encourage those mechanics, which is why I resent these games for being boring. See, that's the issue. I really liked exploration in Tears of the Kingdom for a while. I liked it when I moved along main paths, encountered new areas. I liked entering. I especially liked the Goron area, Death Mountain. I liked traveling up it slowly and seeing the corruption get worse and worse. I like that a lot. The problem, of course, is that if you want to do the completionist stuff, you're kind of pushed into a very unfun gameplay style. It's easy to get all the shrines because you can easily get all of the light roots in the underground, in the depths, and that tells you where the shrines are on top. So that's easy. That's not too bad. If you want to get all of the caves, though, you need to alternate in between giving fruit to the little mountain spirits so that it'll light up all the cavern areas, and going there and physically going in and seeing. Now, the issue with this is that even caverns that you've already explored and completed by slaying the little frogman inside will light up, meaning that if you really want to fully complete you know, all the little frog dudes, you know, you kind of have to do this like switching back and forth between the map to triangulate where exactly you need to be facing to get the proper dungeon, or like which one you have or have not been in before, which is very frustrating. I don't like the way Korok seeds work either. I know you're not supposed to collect all the Korok seeds, but I mean, they just get boring to do. There's a reason people make jokes about the like the little Korok dudes that ask you to take them to your friend or to their friend, because they're not fun to do, right? And what I'm kind of like really meandering my way over towards right now is that for a game that is largely about exploring a grand open world and experiencing all it has to offer, it has nowhere near enough to offer. And I don't think that's just like a completionist brain rot position. I think that's just true. Most caverns aren't interesting. They're, you know, you go into one, there are like 100 of these, okay? You go into one, sometimes entrances will be blocked by rocks, you know? And then you shoot them, and that's the puzzle. Congratulations. If you don't have the Goron dude yet, or bomb arrows, then you just like take a claymore, fuse it to a rock, and spend 5 minutes smacking away at it. Fun, very fun. They'll have the frog dude in them. They're not really interesting. They're certainly not little miniature dungeons. They're just kind of busy work. I mean, a lot of it's busy work, right? Even the combat, honestly, is pretty uninteresting, because it plays the same all the time. You see people doing like creative, wacky physics puzzle stuff in the combat on Reddit and Twitter, and that's fun. It's pretty cool what you can do with that. But that's not how people actually play the game, right? Like, you all understand that and agree. Like, you can do sick bomb, shield, flip, jump, crazy, wacky combos, but that's you don't. If you did that, you would spend like 5 hours on setup for every encampment. In reality, the way you play an encampment usually plays out basically the same, which kind of brings us up against the real problem with Tears of the Kingdom and the reason why it gets kind of tedious. It's that you have too much freedom. See, the problem with freedom is that gameplay limitations are usually what define the you know, the experience of engaging with it. A good example would be like a platformer, like Celeste, for example, or Super Meat Boy. Would Celeste be a better, more interesting game if you had infinite dashes and could just sort of like dash fly your way through every challenge without engaging with any of the level mechanics? Obviously not. The whole point is the difficulty of working with the limitations. But in Tears of the Kingdom, you, the player, can do anything. And total freedom sounds great, especially with the fuse mechanic, or not fuse, sorry, the ultra hand mechanic, which is a lot of fun, you know, when you're still figuring it out. But you've noticed, haven't you, the discourse online. I've seen people say that they actually have to like keep themselves from using some of the vehicle combinations because they make things too easy. For example, you get a little drone bot, like a thing that moves on the ground, plus a head on top that turns to face enemies, and then a frost projector. 9 zonai to construct with the auto build trivializes every single camp in the game that is not a boss. You just set it down, and it will just run around and freeze everything, and you just get to run around smacking stuff. There is no longer any challenge to fighting any non-bosses. And the bosses aren't hard at all. So that's gone. All vertical engagement, all mastery of the climbing mechanics of the parkour, well, as soon as you realize that you can overcome 99.9% of vertical challenges with rocket fusing to a shield or just creating a hot air balloon with the auto build, that's the most efficient way of playing. There are so many things that they can't do in Tears of the Kingdom because the player has been given the tools to effortlessly overcome it. None of the dungeons in Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask could have functioned if you had the ability to climb up everything, do anything, fuse a vehicle, do whatever. It wouldn't work, right? Because obviously the limitations are what you're working around. And after a very short time, I just stopped finding the freedom enjoyable. it stopped being interesting to me. Basically, every enemy can be defeated effortlessly with that little vehicle that I suggested. You can also just headshot them with an arrow. It's not hard to do. And then just hit them a bunch, then headshot with an arrow. It's tedious, but it's also the most efficient path. And the problem here is, again, total freedom isn't just aimless. Gameplay design still directs the paths that players are going to go down. And if the most efficient way of playing a game is tedious and unengaging, and you have to limit yourself and play suboptimally in order to have fun, I consider that a flaw in the gameplay. It's kind of like those games where your dodge doesn't have a cooldown and dodging is faster than moving, so it's actually faster to dodge constantly like a goofball instead of like doing a run. You've ever played a game like that, or like a forward roll or something? Yeah, that's always kind of annoying, right? Because it's like, oh, I have like this walk I need to do that's like a minute and a half. I guess I better like do this because like otherwise, like that, it's annoying. It's not a huge deal, but it's annoying. Likewise, I don't think it's a huge deal that a bunch of combat encounters can be trivialized quite easily with minimal investment in a way that basically, you know, removes most of the gameplay mechanics. But it's a bit of a bother. It doesn't help that the combat itself is painfully simple. There are basically only 3 weapon types. There are minor exceptions like the boomerang, but for the most part, you have small stick, big stick, spear, and you'll just be playing with that. It's pretty strange, I think, that in a game that's all about like freedom and you can make your own vehicles, that actually dealing damage to an enemy with the melee weapons that you, Link, the swordsman, have is by far the most underbaked and underdeveloped part of the game. They give you so much in the other, in the other systems, but for this, you were just emaciated. You can parry, but guys, do you have to parry? No, nothing demands you parry. You can just flurry rush everything. And the flurry rush is way too powerful. I mean, leaving aside the apparent inaccuracy of flurry rushes, that is to say, sometimes they don't go off when they should and do go off when they shouldn't. They're way too strong. Like they do an immense amount of damage essentially for free. I think it was kind of funny that the developers preempting this in the final fight with Ganondorf, he has his own flurry rush mechanic and you have to do 2 perfectly timed dodges instead of just 1. I thought that was kind of cute because he flurry rushes you basically. It's a shame that the Ganondorf fight can be effortlessly overcome with the time-honored strategy of hit him in the head with a bow. Seriously, 1 Lionel bow, draw it, fuse those little rib cages that you get basically for free when you're doing your questing in the Lightning Temple, and you can defeat the final boss in basically no time. Basically no time. Just with, you jump up in the air, and then snipe shoot him 17 times floating down with the arrow time. With the bullet time you get. Pretty dumb, I think. Is this a fair criticism? The game gives you incredible freedom to engage with the systems, and as a consequence of that, the best way to use those systems is boring and annoying and samey. That past a point, like every Sky Island that I wanted to get to could have either been some kind of arduous trek to find the specific path on the ground that would get me to the place I needed to go, or I could just create a balloon, wait a minute going up, and then be there. See, stuff like this really bothers me, because I like what limitations can do for a game. And, man, when you're going for 100% completion, you're not playing to experience anything new at that point, the way some games can still offer an 100% completion. To go back to another game that I 100% completed, Celeste. Celeste is a platformer. To get 100% completion, you have to get all the golden strawberries, regular strawberries, the B-sides, the C-sides. It's a big game. But every bit of content that you do in Celeste to get that 100% is bespoke. It's uniquely created. Celeste doesn't have like 17 identical chambers that you overcome with the same jump and you just have to do that, right? Like every new thing you find is new. And it's rewarding. Yeah. I tell you, there were times that I was playing Breath of the Wild And I was having a lot of fun. But eventually, I just got that Skyrim problem. It's a big, wide world, but it's puddle deep. You know, it's not an ocean. The Wind Temple, getting up there was fun, right? You start with this big cyclone, and then you go up and do all the platforms, then you bounce on top of these ancient ships, and then you go on top of the big ship. But do you know in a mechanical sense what I was actually doing? Because, like, think about it for a second. Approaching the Wind Temple, that's what I'm describing, the Wind Temple, required no mechanical effort on my part. I mean, you would have to be, I think, a simpleton to struggle with navigating the platforms and bounces up. You have a paraglider you can just float indefinitely on, more or less. And then once you actually make it to the Wind Temple, your objectives are immediately marked on the map. And I think you would have to be a bit of a simpleton, respectfully, to not just immediately understand what you need to do. There's no like real puzzle or mystery. You never see something and go, oh, I wonder how I'll overcome that later. There are 5 wind locks. You are accompanied by the boy who creates wind. Go get him. They're very easy to get. And then you have a boss. And I don't think I've like ever taken damage to that boss. He's this big flat butt plug in the sky, and you can just dive through or shoot the 3 centers of the beads. I don't know if it's even possible to die to him, to be honest. Like, seriously. It's really simple fight. I think the boss that offended me the most by far, though, is the one under Death Mountain, because I genuinely don't know if I'm doing it wrong or if I like discovered a secret to defeat the boss effortlessly. But if you have your Goron companion, just use his ability on cooldown, and the boss will never hit you, ever. Literally, like, hit 2 of his legs, he falls down, you beat him up, he gets back up. By the time he's back up, you're able to hit one of his legs again, then hit the second one, and then he's down again. Yeah, I don't know. Comparing this to another, modern reinterpretation of an old Nintendo classic, the later bits of Super Mario Odyssey did have genuinely challenging content, didn't they? I think for the most part, it was kind of panderingly easy. And again, Super Mario Odyssey does that thing where they just make a big like map and they just speckle it with bullshit to do that doesn't challenge you. It's just like, oh, here's just shit to do. Like, this part of the map has this shit to do, and this part of the map has this shit to do, and this part of the map has this shit. Like, it's not cohesive or structured in a way that kind of leads you up a natural incline of difficulty and challenge the way it should. They just put shit in the map. But later on in Super Mario Odyssey, there were tough, moons to get, for sure. Not enough of them, but some. What is difficult to do in Tears of the Kingdom? I'm actually asking. Like, what's the gameplay? If you take damage in a fight, you have infinite health that you can pause for in your inventory. Mechanically, the game is pretty easy just to begin with. It kind of hands you everything you need and more. The Lionel fights? The silver Lionels are pretty tough. But they're not really interesting, right? They have like 3 or 4 mechanics, basically all of which can be resolved with backflip. Didn't find them that interesting. I mostly found them punishing, in the sense that if I made a mistake with my dodge timing, I would just lose all of my health in a single strike. But that doesn't strike me as a particularly interesting way of managing difficulty, especially since the way the armor and damage systems work in that game, Joseph Anderson's video talks about this in Breath of the Wild, leaves you, at most points in the game, in a position where most of the enemies that you encounter will deal no damage to you. And then every once in a while, a silver enemy will eat 2/3 of your health with a single strike. Which, okay. That's definitely a way of handling things. Even the challenges the game offers you that are meant to be unique are taken away by the leniency of other systems that it creates. So when I first went down to the depths, I thought, oh, this is really cool. The depths is going to be like an endgame area that I can only get little peeks at right now as a low-level link. Because the gloom, like, it'll take your hearts away. And it'll be like limited how far you can progress. All these enemies, all the gloom on the ground, like, this is going to be the tough challenge. This is how they're going to give you a real challenge, even though you can just open up your inventory and eat a bunch of food whenever you want. And then it turns out that you can cure the gloom hearts with one of the most easy to find plants on the Sky Islands. You will have dozens of them effortlessly. The challenge of the depths instantly negated with no effort. I don't know why they even put it there. The moment you realize this, the mechanic basically doesn't even exist anymore. Like, seriously, it just goes away. Because now it's just you have 2 of those in your inventory, and whenever your gloom gets too high, you just eat the meal. And is that fun? If the challenge is making sure you have the right food to be prepared, that doesn't strike me as particularly interesting. It's not like Monster Hunter World or whatever, where the preparations involve like knowing exactly what you're going to be fighting and kind of working around that. It's more just you've infinite space. You can just hold it in your inventory forever, and if you run out because you use them, you just make more, and that's it. It's busy work. A lot of the game is busy work. Making food is busy work. It takes so long. It's annoying. It's really annoying to be like okay on health and then to have to like go into a food crisis because you got in a fight with 2 silver enemies at once, and the game instantly goes from like, you can kind of like meander around and have fun fighting enemies to, oh no, actually I have to headshot them in between every strike because it takes me like a minute to do the whole cooking thing if they hit me because I have to heal myself for it. Also, there's no point to most of the cooking. Most of the cooking is just role-playing bullshit. If you want a full heal, you just cook a single hearty ingredient and like an apple or something. There's no point to like 98% of the recipes at all. I know that a lot of it is just like role-playing stuff or having like the variety of different options to make effectively the same kind of meal, but then they just make a type of meal that does the health thing. Like, did I hate Tears of the Kingdom? I think I hated Tears of the Kingdom. I think it's actually really tedious. I feel like Tears of the Kingdom is like a little spinning key, like, but it's a bunch of keys you jangle in front of somebody. I feel like the keys, you jangle the keys, and it's like, oh, look at the keys. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit unfair. I will be clear. The game is beautiful. There is something genuinely exhilarating about being able to climb a mountain and look around you and know for an absolute, undeniable, certifiable fact that everything there is yours to explore should you choose to. That feels really, really good. The parts of the game that corresponded to the main storyline, I found enjoyable. It was never challenging. I could beat all of the content effortlessly in a way that I found patronizing and genuinely unengaging, but the experience of it was still fun. The dialogue and writing was ear-grating and unimaginably painful. I maybe should have switched to the Japanese audio like Kanye suggested I do, but like, yeah, I don't understand the voice direction. I don't understand the writing. I don't understand a lot of things. I don't understand why there's so much wasted time in the game. Every time you do anything or interact with any system or NPC, the game makes you fucking wait. You want to auto build or fuse something, you better wait for all like the fuses to line up and correct. You want to do anything with the horse, better make sure you have to talk for 5 hours to the stable master who has 4 lines of dialogue to share with you after you're done doing the thing you specifically said in the menu you wanted to do. And if you want to go in and do like an in thing, then you have to watch him slowly walk back to the other side of the interior so that he can talk to you. You meet the fucking idiot who's trying to hold up all the Hudson signs. That's a process every time. The cooking. No, we can't have a cooking menu. That's not realistic enough. Oh, and the horses, man, dude. Why? Even Elden Ring lets you summon your horse like magically. Even The Witcher 3, which is a very realistic game in terms of its tone and atmosphere, has Roach appear to you when you call for her. Why in all games is this cartoon world the one where in order for you to have your horse, you have to literally bring it with you, no matter how inconvenient. And the process of like keeping your horse around, and like if you call to them and they're nearby, they have to like slowly make their way over, and your horse can't do shit. Like you can fly in these games, and for some reason your horse will get uppity with you if you ask it to jump over a small rock. I swear to God, Epona from fucking Nintendo 64 games was less like fucking demanding when it came to the quality of the terrain that she had to go over. Like the horse is just obsolete. It's frankly upsetting that the horse is in such a bad design state. The game wastes so much of your time. There's so much repetitive bullshit. All of the mechanics are easily overcome. The most efficient way to do stuff is never the most interesting. The freedom is cool when you're just playing fucking Gmod with vehicles, but you'll very quickly settle on that one hover bike that everyone goes to. The goat slut King Raru was very hot, and I thought he was attractive. Oh, and I thought the story was really, really beautiful. I thought that it was really cool and fitting, considering the fact that in Breath of the Wild, Zelda does this like ambiguous century of conflict with Ganon while waiting for you, the chosen hero, to return. The sacrifice made by Zelda in Tears of the Kingdom, I found genuinely touching and was a very strong narrative moment that I really, really cared for. For those of you who, I warned you all about spoilers. For those of you who haven't played and are just curious what it was, basically a million billion years ago, Ganondorf shows up, and he's a big dick, and he's evil, and he's very strong, and he very nearly conquers the kingdom of Hyrule and brings the world to an end, blah-de-blah. But he stopped through sacrifice, and 1 million years later, you and Zelda happen upon his mummified corpse, which reanimates, and he immediately fucking owns both of you. In the nanosecond after he owns both of you, Zelda time warps back to a bajillion years ago, and is then present in the events that lead up to Ganondorf First Rising. So you are in a post-Ganondorf emerging the second time over world, and Zelda is a billion years in the past, and you find out by studying these geoglyphs what she was doing in the past. You try to uncover like what she had done back then. Like, where is she? You know, where is Zelda? She's in the past, but she can move through time, so where is she now, right? It turns out that in your initial opening encounter with Ganondorf, the Master Sword is destroyed. You take it through time to Zelda. You send it back in time. And Zelda is told that the only way for the Master Sword to regain strength is for it to be kept in contact with a being of light, basically. And Zelda is a being of light. So basically what she does is she sacrifices her sanity to become an immortal dragon to live as an unthinking, like nearly unfeeling beast for millennia, while keeping the Master Sword embedded in her head so that she can, in real time, reunite with Link in the present. She basically like commits herself to brain jail for a literal eon. It's actually pretty badass and handled pretty cool. She helps you defeat Ganondorf at the end, and I thought it was done really well. It's a really good way of keeping her role in the story as kind of like a damsel in the sense that she's not an active participant in the plot, while also making her cooler than everyone else, including Link, probably. You know what I mean? Like the sacrifice done there is significant. And then you fight Ganondorf at the end with her. And I also really like the design of Zelda as a dragon, because she's fucking horrifying. It's really, really cool. They really committed to like the existential horror, I think, of her like sacrificing her sanity to become this ethereal being, because she looks like fucking bugged out. Look at her. She looks so bugged out. She's flying around the overworld for the entire game. You know, when you finally realize what she is, you can take the Master Sword from her. And then, of course, you save her in the end. Got them Godwin eyes? Yeah, literally. I took it before knowing. Nice. What am I talking about? This was the least structured fucking set of... I feel like this was just me ranting, if anything. Okay, yeah, so basically it's a terrible game. Follow the main story content and fuck around at your leisure, but do not make an effort at pulling back the rock and seeing what lies beneath, because nothing does. Once you've seen the depths, you've seen the depths. You know, once you've seen a biome, like once you've gone to one of the four corners of the world and gone there and kind of gotten a feel for it, you've seen it. You know, you will only see iterations on what you have already seen with incredibly minor, if possibly no changes. You know, that's not that engaging. I think that there are about 30 to 40 hours of good gameplay in Tears of the Kingdom, and that the rest of it is just like a fly trap that idiots like me fall into. You know what I mean? And I think that's meaningful, by the way. I really, really do. Because when something isn't mechanically interesting to engage with, the fun of engaging with it is novelty. It's experiential, right? But when it's copied over and over, there's no longer any novelty. The experience remains the same. So it's not, it wouldn't be like, like, it's not like, say, Dark Souls, which does have engaging combat. If Dark Souls had an area where there's like, you know, a kind of like a smattering of similar stuff, I wouldn't mind it as much. Even in Elden Ring, where I criticized Elden Ring for having copy-paste bosses way too many times, even with the dragons, it's still fighting a dragon. I still found it mechanically satisfying to fight the dragons, to fight the statue guardians, to fight the this, to fight the that, because, well, it's Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring has a really good combat system. Breath of the Wild doesn't. Or sorry, Tears of the Kingdom. But it's the same game. So, you know, you can trivialize everything so easily. It's not really challenging. At most, the fights devolve into a kind of keep away, where you move away from it and then fire arrows to pick off targets. It asks very little of you. You're always faster and more capable than the things you fight. The bosses are effortlessly beatable. The environments are samey. The quests, the side quests, are uninteresting in both a writing and mechanical perspective. I didn't find any of them engaging. Just follow the main story stuff. Man, that's the thing. That's the thing. Listen, can I just end on this, okay? I want to show you something. I'm going to show you the map for Diablo 4. Okay? I've only played a little bit of Diablo 4. I'm not going to play more for a while for a variety of reasons. Okay? Do you know what this map feels like to explore? Let's go through one little area. Right here. Say you're over here. See, the map is speckled with a bunch of collectibles. There are dungeons, there are statues to Lilith. So what do you want to do if you want to find those statues and dungeons, which give you very important bonuses? You start right here in the top left corner, and you plan your route. Do-do-do-do-do. Now, there's nothing interesting, unique, bespoke, or custom created about this. It's a big, flat, bespeckled chunk of land that you just have enemies constantly appearing over, going around and do-do-do. But there's no experience. When I say experience, what I mean is a memory. No one will remember this area. Or, hey, most of them. They all look kind of the same, don't they? See how they carve the same winding paths? All feels basically the same. I remember the dungeons in Ocarina of Time. And the reason I remember is because they weren't just custom created, right? They offered me something experientially distinctive in a way that this Open world can't. Or, you know what? Here. Tears of the Kingdom completed map. Now, again, there is a lot of really cool stuff to see in Tears of the Kingdom. I do not want to imply otherwise. There's also, it's just overwhelmed by the same cool stuff, which will be repeated endlessly over and over and over again, you know? And you know, it's what's fun the first time is not necessarily fun over and over again. It's really difficult to understand just how large the Tears of the Kingdom map is unless you've actually played the game, but we're looking at a lot of stuff. This also isn't all the completion icons. There's all sorts of crap over here. You can see all the entrances to dungeons, the depths. This one doesn't even have the dungeon entrances on it, or the wells. This only has a fraction of the total content that you can see. See, it's all beautiful from a distance, and fuck, it is beautiful. But is it as beautiful if I told you that this platform right here, this Sky Island, has a Korok seed you get for diving into a bunch of lily pads arranged in a circle? It's impossible to miss once you get there. And there are many Korok seeds you get that way. That's all there is here. There's nothing on this one. Nothing on this one. They're just placed there. I think that open worlds need to have a purpose to them. There needs to be something structurally guided about them. They have to be in service of something meaningful. And Tears of the Kingdom certainly are, because Tears of the Kingdom is all about the big freedom of running around and being able to dive from the sky all the way to the depths and woo. And that is great. But, you know, I genuinely feel like my memories of Tears of the Kingdom would be so much better if there was 1/4 of the content. 1/4 of the shrines, 1/4 of the dungeons, 1/4 of the Korok seeds, of everything. And that a lot of the open world was kind of like how it is in Shadow of the Colossus. Just a big open expanse to give you a feeling as you move to the next piece of real content. But what is real content in Tears of the Kingdom? It can't just be the 4 dungeons because they're so pithy and insubstantial. Does it include the shrines? Well, if that's the case, then all 120 of them are on the map, begging you to complete them all. That's a lot. That's a lot of content to do. I don't know. Hopefully my feelings here have been made. I want to be clear, by the way. You're not bad if you enjoyed Tears of the Kingdom at all. This has all been so rambly. The point that I'm trying to get across on a fundamental level is that freedom can be crippling past a point. If it's freedom to be sort of thrown into a swamp of samey content that doesn't innovate or differentiate itself, then I don't know. And if it's freedom that allows you to break the fighting mechanics in a way that turns every fight into like an uninteresting slog unless you deliberately withhold from doing so, I don't think that's great, personally. I think that creativity should be in service of the game. I think that it should feel good to play the game in an effective fashion. I'm so fucking tired and hungry. Okay. I'm going to finish reading these donations tomorrow. Get out of here. Oh, wait. Hold on. By the way, hold on. Hold on. To be clear, I recommend Tears of the Kingdom on the condition that you are okay with it being purely experiential, not mechanically interesting, and also that you are not the kind of person who will be driven to seek all the game's experiences, because it's not worth it. Okay. I'm so hungry. Holy shit. I'm sending you over. Get out of my stream. Leave. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Take care, everyone. Enjoyed the stream very much.